So good morning and welcome to our council meeting for the 24th of September. I'll run through the agenda in order, so I'll start with apologies. I have an apology for lateness from the Mayor. Are there any further apologies? So I'm happy to move the apology for lateness from Leanne. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Declarations of interest for this meeting. The Mayor has declared an interest in public excluded item 33. Are there any other declarations of interest that need to be recorded at this time? If anything becomes apparent as the meeting progresses, please make it known. Yanni.
There will be in the PX section around the civic awards. There may be individual councillors who do have some, so we'll just address that as part of...
Yeah, and they would be...
yeah, so they'll be
that's fine. We can address that at that time. Yeah. That's fine. All right, thank you. So now we move to item 3, public participation. So first of all, we have in the public forum, Michael Bell. Is Michael here? Yep, good morning, Michael. And you've got 5 minutes, which I advised you intend to use for an update on the Little Andromeda project.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Thanks for having me. You've got a program on your desk. A huge thanks to the City Council for supporting us to get up and running again for 2019. We're going to be up for 9 weeks this year, so thanks to you for helping us out with some funding through Enliven Places Fund, so Brindy and team. And thanks to the terrace, we've got a brand new location, so we'll be smack bang in the middle of the terrace between Craft Embassy and Terrace. So this year we've got a roof over our heads, so we won't be cancelling shows due to rain and wind and things like that. So we're really excited. A few years ago, I was sitting here reading out statistics about performing artists, millennials and Generation Z, how many of us there are in the city, what we've got to offer. I know there was a report commissioned after that, and I only got to read that a month after the decision was made that we weren't going to go into the Performing Arts Precinct. I know there was some concern about whether there was reliability in those numbers. Last year, I can say I was out by a factor of 2. We ended up with double the demand that I expected, and I thought we'd probably slow down this year, but this year we've ended up with triple the demand that I expected last time I was telling you about those statistics. So at this stage, we're going to have 120 shows going on over the next 2 months down on the terrace. We've got people coming from all around the country, Auckland, Wellington, Nelson, lots of local performing arts groups being a part of it. Have a read through the program. It's a really exciting time. We're going to have shows back to back every weekend. Pretty much every weekend we've got a guest from out of town. So it'll be a really exciting time, and I really hope that you can make it down. We're only half a block away this time, so come down for a beer after work or something like that. Watch a show. We'd love to see you down there. And again, thank you again so much for your support this year and getting us up and running. Long term, we're still pushing because we want to find a permanent home. I think that there's a lot to be said for this this business model, and so hopefully I'll be back here next year saying that we'll be up and running for longer until we've found a permanent space. 2 minutes to spare. Cool. So, yeah.
Very good. Now, public forum doesn't allow for questions.
Okay.
So if you wanted to use the 2 minutes to tell us something else, you're most welcome.
I've got a joke. No.
All right, that's great. Look, thanks very much indeed for the update. It's always good to know what's happening. Interesting stuff. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Great. Thank you. Now moving to item 3.2, deputations by appointment. And I would welcome Banks Peninsula Community Board member Tori Peden to the table. Tori, you've got 10 minutes. and you're going to talk to us regarding item 20, the elected member allowances and expenses policy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak to item 20 on the agenda today, elected members' allowances and expenses policy. Can I just apologise for sounding terrible? My charming children have given me laryngitis. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tori Peden, elected member for the Banks Peninsula Community Board, Wairewa Subdivision. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you all on making it through 3 years, or in some cases another 3 years of council. It certainly has been an interesting ride. I am a little disappointed that this did not come to the table earlier this year, as the hope from those that petitioned the Remuneration Authority, I was part of the Young Elected Members petition, it was to remove barriers for people to step up and represent their community. I have read the report and I'm once again disappointed to see point 5.3.8, there is no identified disadvantage. I have been disadvantaged for the last 3 years. Please understand I was aware there was going to be quite a commitment going into election 3 years ago. However, none of us on the newly formed Banks Peninsula Community Board truly knew to what extent our time commitment would be. Our remuneration is low for our commitment to the board. I know this is not the place to bring up remuneration, but it does affect the issue that I'm talking about today. When I first started on the board 3 years ago, I had an 18-month-old that I still wasn't sure what to do with during meetings. I wouldn't have put my name forward had our family work life not been so flexible. My husband and I run a small automotive workshop from home, so at times when I had meetings in the beginning, he would forego jobs. This was meant to be for a short time while the board sorted out its timetable commitments. 3 or so months later, we found a schedule that suited most of us around the board. This was to be meeting every other Monday in Littleton, Little River or Akaroa. I chose to put my son into daycare in Taitapu, which was 41 kilometres away, as there was no daycare facilities in Little River or childcare available at this stage. Keep in mind, every second meeting is in Littleton, which only added 14 kilometres to the trip to get there, and Taitapu was on the way to the city. The reason I mention this is because I have to drop my son off on the way to board meetings, otherwise the opening hours for our workshop would be even less, as my husband has to close early to pick up our children in the afternoon. This is to give you just a little idea about my life as an elected member. I know people say that we get paid enough and we should cover our own childcare expenses like everyone else, but as I mentioned earlier, our remuneration is very low. In fact, we recently did a bit of a time management assessment. There was an average of 20 hours per week given to the community board, and if calculations are about right, we earned $6 an hour. Just think of that pay. Just think of that. If I was to pay $40 fee to have my son in childcare for the day, that would leave me about $5 an hour in a fortnight during hourly rate. I was very lucky with the childcare provider I got my son into, as they cover the 20 hours zero fees scheme. So from the age of 2, but it still meant I was only able to have him there for 6 hours at a time before it cost me a lot of money. As you can guess, we forego the opening hours of our workshop over paying for extra couple of hours in childcare. My daughter needed to be picked up from school at the same time anyway. I never got into the community board for money. It was more of a community service than anything. But I've put my name down again because I feel our community is making progress finally. But why should I be disadvantaged compared to the rest of my board, let alone the rest of the city? I ask today that you consider passing the motion to allow childcare to be a claimable expense for community boards now, rather than leaving it for the next council, as I feel they could choose to leave it for 3 more years. And I also ask that travel to and from the childcare on board-related days also be acceptable claim. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. That does leave some time for questions, if members had questions. Sarah.
Thanks so much for that, Tori. So what is it that the community and the decision-making process misses out on if people like you don't feel like they can come to meetings and stand for election?
Thank you. I think there's a bit of diversity missing in the representation around the city and around community boards. I did look around other people going forward, and some community boards don't have anyone under the age of 50 even putting their hand up. Our community board, when we first started, I was the youngest by 20 years until the midterm election. So, youngest by 20 years, it's not representing our community very well, because I think a lot of people find there's barriers there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Anne.
Victoria. Thank you for your commitment to serving the community and being prepared to take those, make those sacrifices. It's great to have someone like you involved, your age and stage. I wondered if you had explored any ways that the community board could accommodate a child in the environment of the community board. For example, having someone there as a child carer for the duration of the meeting. Are those things that you've explored?
I have thought about those, but with our meetings running up to 8 hours long, a 4-year-old or even younger, they have actually come with me to meetings, to community group meetings and that kind of stuff, but there's only so much an iPad can do. An hour or two at max is about the extent a child can sit there and wait, but when we've got community board meetings that run from 10 in the morning through to 6 at night, it is a bit unrealistic to have a child sit in the corner and keep happy without, running amok or being distracting for the person obviously representing the community.
So it sounds like you've investigated other options as much as you possibly could.
Yeah.
And for the well-being of you and your child, that the childcare situation is the best one that you've found.
Yeah,
right?
it is for our family anyway.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, so would you be asking for this if Banks Peninsula board members had a pay parity with the City Metro board members?
Pay parity would make a huge difference, obviously, with our workload. However, I still feel that there is still even a little disadvantage between me and the other board members because they're not having that extra expense of having to put a child into childcare. And I think to have a fair representation around the table, that barrier needs to be removed. And even if I was on pay parity with the city, if you break down the hours that we do on average, the city's still only getting $12 an hour. And so by the time you take away childcare expenses, it can, still be a bit of a barrier for people to put their hand forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you, Tori, and especially for explaining the barriers for young people and for women. So my question really too is, I understand that one of the community board seats isn't being contested. So would that be one of the issues, do you think, for people living on the peninsula as a reason why it may not be contested too?
I know the big issue that we've faced is that pay parity, that remuneration. I do understand the council has no say in that matter, and we did petition the Remuneration Authority regarding our pay for the Banks Peninsula Community Board. And so the board members that have stood down have all voiced their concern that the workload versus their remuneration is just too great for them to continue running. And other people around the community have seen that it's just too big a barrier. You cannot commit to 20 plus hours a week for, like I said, $6 an hour. It's just too great. I'm working 3 jobs at the moment, and one of those jobs is to represent the community. So it's a juggle, but I'm passionate about my community, and some others are too. But that is a barrier for us. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed, Tori, for the deputation this morning. We'll come to the item in the agenda in order, but thank you very much indeed for making your views known this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So now moving to item 4, presentation of petitions. There are none. And then we've got a number of council and committee minutes. So my intention is to move all of those in one resolution. So this is items 10, 11, 5, 6, 7 and 8, which I will move. Do I have a seconder? Tim Scanderett. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And then moving next to item 9, the Christchurch Northern Corridor Downstream Effects Project. So if I could invite staff for this item to the table, please.
On some of the minutes, there's some Part A's. Are you saying that we've adopted those, or are we getting a different report back?
The Part A's would need to come for a specific decision of council, given that they're the Part A's.
Okay.
That would
Can
be
I just
my
draw your attention
understanding.
to page 26?
Page 26 of the agenda. Okay, so what was the matter on page 26 you were wanting to raise?
So is that Part A coming to the incoming council for resolution. Is that?
So this is the flood intervention, future use of flood intervention properties, Part A. So that's coming to council in the next term of council. So it'll come as a Part A to the next term of council.
Okay, I just think these minutes are quite confusing if they're making reference to Part A's within the minutes rather than a separate report. But that's fine, it's coming to the new council.
One was moved to the next term. It's just sitting in the minutes.
Yeah, so the only difference is the Part A is coming to a future meeting rather than being dealt with at this meeting.
It would be good,
Separate report.
yeah, it would be good just to make a note of that so it's really clear in these minutes that we haven't approved that today as part of approving the minutes, because it is quite
That's
confusing.
fair enough, yeah.
All right. Yep, that's noted. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so now moving on to item 9, Christchurch Northern Corridor Downstream Effects Project. Is there any commentary from staff on this matter before we move into questions?
We can move straight to questions, Chair.
Okay, let's move straight to questions.
Unless-
Perhaps staff could give an outline of how the community board's
Okay,
meeting went
we can
and
do that.
recommendations
Yes.
from that, because there was a couple of changes.
So
Thank you.
the community board had a meeting Monday a week ago where they heard a large number of submissions, and there was some debate and some questions, and then met again on Friday. We talked through the proposal. The information that's coming through from the community is there are already substantial issues with rat running through local streets, speeding and other concerns from the community, and difficulty crossing Cranford Street, which the proposal that staff have put forward looks to address. It looks to address the community concerns that have been raised around pedestrian access and providing options for travel. The community board resolved on Friday to, excuse me, Chair, sorry, completely lost my train of thought. The community board resolved on Friday to accept all of the recommendations from staff, however not resolve the activity of the section of road between Innes Road and Berwick Street. So not resolve the clearway, to wait for a future date to do more work on the TDM measures that we're doing in conjunction with NZTA, Waimakariri District Council. So is that enough of a...
Yep, all right, thank you. Any further questions? Pauline.
I've got a couple, and I'm sorry, I'm very, very concerned about Courtney Street, because Courtney Street is a little tiny, I don't know, how long is it, maybe 100 metres or something, runs between Westminster and Trafalgar. And it was up for renewal in 2010, but post-quake it's been deferred. I think you're saying it's on schedule for 10 years, but you're saying that the curb and channelling is working very well, even though it's deep dish. However, I'm concerned that Courtney Street is a casualty and it's going to actually become more dangerous. I think we heard through the submissions that it's very dangerous. There's a lot of school children around there because it's between the two entrances of the school. There's a lot of speeding already. It's very narrow. By the time you get cars parking on each side, there's just enough room. It's had the roundabout at one end removed because of the cycleway, the Papanui parallel going through there, and the other end's had some treatment that's dubious whether it's better or worse. So what can we put in place to address the residents, particularly along there, and the school children, rightly concerned about the safety and the up-and-coming increased effects Courtney Street is going to have from this whole northern corridor?
So one of the parallel pieces of work that's going on but not included in this report is a safe access to school study across a number of schools in the area, including St Albans School. That study is underway. What we've done is include in the scope of that work to look at the function of Courtney Street, particularly around school drop-off and pick-up times, but to give us some general comments as well, to see whether there's anything we can do. At the moment, Courtney Street, from a pavement perspective, is functioning okay, pavement and drainage perspective. There would be quite a significant asset write-off if we did take it. There are others in the network that are far worse, that need replacing. So as we've discussed in previous meetings, the priority for street renewals we are trying to keep as condition based. We will keep a very close eye on it, but what we will do is put it in the scope of the safe access to schools, because it is on the boundary of St Albans School, and it does carry a lot of school traffic, so we accept that that's an issue. And to figure out whether there's anything we can do, that would have to come back through the community board if there was additional work would need consulting on. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And
so we've included it in the scope.
I'd like to ask another question, if I
Yep,
may,
thank
about the option to cul-de-sac Forfar Street.
Yes.
Now, I know that the consultation came back almost 50-50, but slightly in favour of the cul-de-sac. And I suggested at the meeting that we have a trial of leaving it open, but the response from staff is that, well, if you're signalising that intersection, you can't put 4 lights in and then take 1 out. It's not economically sensible, so I accept that. However, coming back to the west, you've got that slip lane from Berwick that cuts through to Forfar, that you can only take it through the left. You know the one I mean?
Yep.
Is there an option of retaining that to be open so that people can, and actually making it easier for people not to run through there, but to be able to access Forfar from Berwick?
So part of what we're doing with the there's a lot of additional pieces of work that are continuing in conjunction with this report today that are not reported in this, and one of them is all of the what is the word I'm looking for?
I'm not sure.
The speed management, the traffic calming solutions for all of the streets. So I think it's resolution 6, 7 or 8 talks about the streets that we're going to have to go back and talk to. What we can do is assess that at the time. If it's making substantial changes to the area, we will need to go back to the people in those streets and the people affected.
No, but what I'm talking about is that I think in the plan is actually to cover...
It is staying open. No, it's open.
Staying open.
It's now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was in the plan to stay open.
And the other question I have is regarding, as you were talking about, the effects of cul-de-sacing Forfar will have a knock-on effect on Francis.
And they're in the
Flockton.
resolution to go back to them.
So how do we approve the cul-de-sacing without knowing what you're going to do for those other people?
Well, there's a lot in here that there's the second stage of work that needs to go on.
No, but it would have to be done at the same time.
The creation of a T-junction at the Forfar Madras intersection, Forfar Warrington intersection. Yeah. The creation of that T intersection needs to happen for a lot of reasons, but as well as trying to reduce the amount of traffic that travels straight through. So we are trying in all of these projects to keep the traffic on the main roads.
Yep. So what are we going to do about Francis and Flockton? As soon as the cul-de-sac's in place, there needs to be mitigation there.
They will be in place, and that will be known before the Forfar is that intersection is created.
Right, so that's an assurance.
Yes.
Okay, and one last question, if I may. Moving the bus stop on Edgware Road just to the west of Madras, is that still intended to be moved?
No idea.
Because I think that's far too far a distance to walk from the other bus stops way down by Caledonian Road.
Yeah, so that's been requested by our public transport engineer, so they've selected that location for us. I can double check the spacing if you'd like.
Why does it have to be moved though?
I think it's to do with the spacing after the intersections. They want to move to get 400 metre spacing. They want to move it after the intersection as well, but I can double check all of that for you.
So it has been proposed by the public transport team.
So it's nothing to do with what our project is, it's just incidental?
We've done it as part of this project to improve the bus network, as that's come from them, but we don't need to do it as part of this project necessarily.
So was there any feedback from the consultation on that?
No, none.
Not sure. Okay. Are you sure? There's no comments at all?
Not to my knowledge, no. No.
Well, is it necessary to address that in this project, or can we pull that out and take it to the community board separately? Or is it economically sensible to do it with this?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're sure there's been no feedback about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Aaron?
Yeah, I just got a couple of questions purely around loading, for as in the number of vehicles you can get on at the peak times and where they will go. So firstly, is Salisbury Street still scheduled to no longer be one way? Salisbury in town.
That's out. Salisbury Kilmore conversion is out in 23, 24.
Okay, so that gives that time. Okay, yeah, because when you look at the design, if most traffic's coming out of town on Beeley Ave, their first route is going to be Sherbourne Street rather than going down to Madras. But when you have the one way at Salisbury, as was the original design, people will go that way and up Madras. So it's about sharing the load onto those main streets. Was the consideration given to Madras and Barbados, Madras having 2 lanes through to Forfar north and Barbados 2 south?
In each direction?
Yeah. No, only 2 north on Madras instead of 1 each way and 2 going south on Barbados.
Yes, that was considered in the options assessment. It was also considered in the last round of the DEMP, the consultation before this. My understanding was that got quite a lot of pushback from the residents and local businesses who didn't want Madras and Barbados turned into one-way streets. It also didn't necessarily align as well as this option with what we're trying to achieve. So by keeping the Sherbourne, Madras and Barbados corridor relatively simple, we're spreading the load, whereas if you start one way in Madras and Barbados, you're going to put a lot more traffic down past those residential units, which we didn't want to do as part of this. It can be done in the future. The design allows for it, but it's just not required at the moment for what we're looking to get.
Yeah, because when I look at this, it would appear, and your modelling may be different, so that's the question, is did the modelling show that you get an even spread on 3, or is it going to dominate on Cranford-Sherbourne? Because there's a good design on there, but...
Cranford-Sherbourne will get more of the traffic because more traffic wants to go to the west of the city centre, whereas Madras and Barbados will get less, but it's not like 20,000 on Cranford and 5,000 on the others. I think it's about 8,000 on Barbados, Madras, and then 12,000, 15,000 on Cranford Street. So it's fairly similar split to what it is now, just a little bit more.
And pre-quake, what were the numbers?
I don't know.
Because the loads now seem a lot lighter on Madras and Barbados than they certainly were pre-quake. And of course they carry on 50k through the inner city, so people, a lot coming from the north, aren't necessarily just going to the inner city or the inner city west, they're going through the city and so on and so forth. So it's just, so the modelling showed 12.88 approximately.
Approximately.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anne and then Yanni. Anne.
Thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge the huge amount of engagement that has taken place, the effort that staff have made and community have made to come together and actually work through these issues. And I note that in 3, 6 and 7 that there will be future engagement with the community. How will that look, and what's the sort of timeline you've got in mind for that? Next steps.
Yeah, it is. A lot of the next round of consultation will be very focused on a street-by-street basis, so we're looking to do a lot more targeted, this is what your local street, this is what we're sort of thinking, what do you think? So a lot more engagement. Is that fair, Anne? Is that fair? Local, more local street-based engagement. We're trying to continue the conversations that we're having with the community and try and find solutions that work for the community as well.
Thank you. Yanni.
Just 2 questions. How much do we have on budget for this, and what are we expecting in terms of the costs? And also, can you just explain why we've ruled out having a lane in the middle that would change direction based on peak flow? like a 3-lane version rather than
So
the
a
4-lane.
dynamic lane.
Yeah, thanks.
So the dynamic lane has been discussed a number of times with the community board prior to this. I have to give it over to Billy, but it's about safety typically.
Yeah, so we discussed it with the safety team we had involved. We had 2 independent engineers, Dave Aldridge and Ollie Brown from Stantec, come in to give us some advice. And we did discuss the dynamic lane in quite a bit of detail, as it is an easy solution almost, but there's some significant safety concerns. There are a lot of high density houses proposed in that area, or it's zoned for medium high density, so there's a lot of movements coming in and out of driveways, and then particularly around the start and end of the time when the dynamic lane's in use, we're a little bit concerned about how are people going to know which way the traffic's coming from and would it actually be safe to use. Also, for pedestrians crossing the road, it's going to cause a lot of confusion into which way are they meant to be looking for traffic approaching them. At this stage, we just didn't feel that it was safe. There's some that have been constructed in Auckland, and as they are there for a little bit longer, say in, I don't know, 5-10 years' time, we might be able to revisit this section of Cranford Street and say maybe we can fit a dynamic lane in between Warrington and Beeley, but at this stage there's just not enough evidence to suggest that it's safe.
There is also a requirement for a lot more signage, clutter and noise in the street in that sense. A lot more, you'd need gantries, there's a lot more infrastructure needed in order to make that work. So we just felt it wasn't the best option at this point in time. It's not ruling it out, and the staff always look at it as options. As far as the cost goes, section 10 of the report highlights the costs, and at the moment the preliminary estimate is approximately 23 million, and there is enough on budget to do it. That's what's in the report.
All right, so that answers the question. Mike?
So I'm not too sure if you'll know this off the top of your head. Do we know what the total cost of the northern corridor and the downstream effects that costing the council?
Costing the council, northern corridor and downstream effects. It's in the order of 70 to 80 million. And NZTA, yes, and NZTA are funding half of that. So that is the total cost. It then realises subsidy.
Thank you. Mike, that was everything? Yep, all right. Pauline, back to you.
Looking ahead, so with NZTA, there's a new round of the New Zealand Land Transport Planning funding coming around in 2021, is that right?
Yes, in line with the LTP.
So
yes.
that might bring back the subsidies, especially for areas that are not safe. They were prioritised in the
yes.
GPS.
Yes.
So was that fair to say that's correct? That we would expect those subsidies to be reinstated?
Well, we haven't lost subsidy on projects that are safety based. So NZTA still has a focus on subsidising safety projects through this Safe Network program.
But they don't have any funding at the moment.
No, they are still funding them.
So we could put Courtney Street into that and apply.
If it meets the criteria for it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But that wouldn't necessarily mean a street renewal. It might mean other solutions. That's the point, is it doesn't necessarily, the street renewal doesn't address the safety issues.
Right.
Because it is a narrow street, so Courtney Street, so we will look at Courtney Street as part of the safe access to school, and we will come back and report back to the community board, but it hasn't been done as part of this report. And I believe that any solutions there would require further discussion with the community and the school themselves.
Yeah.
So we would have to come back and report to the community board.
Because I'd like to signal an amendment about Courtney Street that we request that Courtney Street renewal be investigated in the next LTP for a full street renewal.
All right, well, we need to get this on the table, or we need to get something on the table first before we signal amendments. Okay. So is there a mover for the resolution, or Pauline, were you wanting to move an amended resolution?
No, I'll wait till it's moved.
So is there a mover for what we've got in front of us? Okay, so if we can just see the community board's recommendation. So what we've got here is the community board recommendation.
Okay.
So Mike, you're happy to move this, and Pauline, if you include your amended wording, and are you happy to be the seconder in that case?
Yep.
And that way we'll just move the resolution with the amended wording that you're proposing, rather than taking an amendment as such. It's probably the neatest way to deal with it, particularly if Mike as mover's comfortable with that.
Yep.
All right. Question, Sarah, yeah.
Thank you. So when it comes to full street renewals, they're relatively expensive and they're done condition-wise across the city and things. Do we know where Courtney currently sits on the list of streets due for renewal?
Outside the 10-year period.
Outside, so
there are a lot of
so
streets.
if Courtney got done, there would be streets across this. There would be a street across the city that dropped off the list to get that done.
Yep.
Yeah. And do we? Yeah.
No idea
So
what that would be.
it's so far down the list that it's outside 10 years.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why we will assess through the safe access to schools whether there's anything we can do to improve safety
Yeah.
and access
So
in
you
the
can
area.
do things that address the concerns
Yep.
without actually having to go to the enormous expense of a whole street renewal. And is that the likely recommendation that would come back to council when there's an assessment done?
Yeah, and it come back to the community board as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to address the actual concerns about safety and stuff, though, would you rather have a resolution that talked about addressing those concerns? Because if it's just a renewal, the recommendation's likely to come back saying don't do it.
No, I'd rather stick with the renewal. It was planned for 2010 anyway.
But there are lots of, so Grange Street was due for renewal in
All right,
2010.
so
And that's, they were about to start work.
okay, we're still in questions at the moment. I mean, if there's a question as to whether there's something that the mover and seconder are happy to include in this resolution, happy to deal with it that way.
Can you just make sure you put that bit separately then? Thanks.
So put which clause separately, sorry?
The one that Pauline just added.
So 11...
I mean, it's out of
put
scope
that-
of the downstream effect stuff anyway.
Okay, so put clause 11 separately. All right, that's fine. Okay, so we're done with questions. This has been moved and seconded. We've got the amended wording that Pauline wanted in there. So now we'll move to debate. Is there any debate on this? Yanni.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. That'll be consistent with the approach I've taken since this project first began. I just don't believe that this is the right approach. I would much rather wait for the northern extension to have been opened, see what happens with the traffic, and then work out what we do to mitigate. I think if you look at the number of resolutions here around further consultation and engagement with communities, what I heard through the submission process is that what we're currently doing is we're penalising one area to improve the wellbeing of another area, and it's pitted streets against streets around who bears the brunt of the impact. And I'd much rather get the evidence in front of us around what actually happens when the extension is open, and then look at what mitigation's available. My main concern with this is, aside from the cost and what happens to the traffic when it gets to Beeley Ave, which is where we're trying to encourage less cars into the central city, is actually the fact that there doesn't seem to be a coordinated traffic plan for the city in terms of things like light rail, mass transit. It just still seems like we're making all these decisions in isolation without a collective and combined strategy to achieve what we want. As one submitter put it quite well in the hearing, they cannot understand why we're putting so much focus and money into making the trip from Rangiora into town quicker at the expense of the local communities who will bear the brunt. And I have a lot of sympathy for that argument. That's why I've always been against this project, and I will continue that position today.
Thank you. Sarah.
Completely agree with Yanni that the Northern Corridor extension should never have happened, and I think that if that decision was being made now, I think the council might make a different decision. However, it's a decision that was made, and we heard from the community that actually something does need to be done. We do need to mitigate the impact of the traffic coming through. And we did hear that actually many of these streets have problems with rat running already, and that much of the work that's going to be done is going to enhance the community and the pedestrian nature of it for people walking and biking around already. It's not perfect, and the reason it's not perfect is because of the Northern Corridor extension, not because of the other works that are happening. The additional traffic is going to make this area awful for many people, but that's not the decision that we're being asked to make today. So I'm going to be voting in favour of everything except 11, because actually streets like Grange Street and other streets around the city were all due to be done in 2010, and they're not on a priority list. And the street doesn't need to be renewed to be able to address the safety concerns. The renewal is about making it nice and smooth and things, but that doesn't address the safety concerns that the community have raised on it. So I won't be voting in favour of 11.
Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. I will be voting for this again, except for item 11. But I do think it starts and should stimulate the conversation with NZTA with regards to strengthening and put weighting on and against public transport and light rail, rather than the moronic continual planning for RONs, etc. So I think it's dinosaur kind of behaviour, but where we are. And with regards to item 11, not only Grange Street, there are a number of streets throughout Christchurch that have waited patiently because others have been in more need, but just to put something in front of those just because of this, I don't think is acceptable.
Thank you. Pauline.
Look, we have used the word lemon before. We know where we are today, but I would like to really focus on the positives out of this, and I think that's very much to the credit of the community stepping up and actually speaking so loudly. And I also want to give credit to the staff for also picking up and running with the really proactive, environmentally smart options that we're now building into this in stage 1 that were not intended to be put until later. And those are all the safety issues, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists and for environmental amenity. These are going to be huge pluses out of this. And as Sarah already said, a lot of those intersections need work now. We've had the Westminster Cranford Street come to our community board several times, and we haven't managed to find the appropriate option to support the improvement there. But through this and further engagement, we will get there. That's a really dangerous intersection for children going to school. Also, Cranford Street crossing to English Park, there's now going to be a signalised pedestrian crossing there, which is going to be a really welcome addition as part of this project. We do have to focus on public transport. We do now we will have the provision for a bus corridor going down there between south of Innes Road, but we're not going to open that. And that's as a direct result of the community speaking. Keep that as one lane at the moment. Let's see what happens, as Yanni's saying. So this is a kind of a blended resolution which I think is going to address that. We've had assurance from staff that there's going to be continued monitoring. I think in the report it says monitoring till 2031, but even more importantly, close engagement with the people who are still going to be affected by this, and particularly Flockton and Francis. And I'm going to take their word for that, because I know that you are very honourable in that department, and we'll keep a close eye on that, and the community board will too. My resolution there for my amendment number 11, Courtney Street is going to be a casualty of this. I would really like councillors to support it's just saying investigate that for the draft LTP. It's not saying put it through. I think there's a good case. And by the time that LTP is signed off, this motorway will be open, and we will see. It's not just a renewal. A renewal actually will address safety issues and also bring it up to an environmental standard that's going to support what's happening in the rest of that community. So a lot of the streets are going to be improved, particularly the Sherborne Cranford, but are going to have gardens and some drinking fountains and some seating. We want the same for Courtney. That's some kind of compensation for those residents having a potential motorway coming down their eastern border. So I would really like councillors to support number 11. It's only asking for it to be looked at. It's long overdue. If it was in 2010, why is it pushed out for another 10 years? So on that note, I will reluctantly support the downstream effects because I feel that we have had an incredible process here, and I particularly want to thank Anne Campbell from the engagement team, who's gone over and beyond her job expectation. She has gone out and knocked on doors if she hasn't heard from people and made sure everybody is aware of what's going on. So it has been a really good process, and on that note, I will once again seek your support for number 11.
Thank you. Yep, nobody else is indicating they want to speak, so Mike, if you'd like to close the debate.
Thanks. Look, I've never supported the Northern Corridor. It was a terrible idea. If they had stopped it at Kiwi2 Drive, it may have had some better outcomes. Definitely would have for St Albans, but the decision was made to go through the basin and put it onto Cranford Street, and I think we all knew the outcome would be poor for the St Albans community. But the decision today is not on the Northern Corridor, it's on the downstream effects management plan and the projects coming out of that. And if I believed that we could suddenly say no to everything, then I'd be pushing that, but I know it wouldn't get through council. So therefore I'm trying to get the best outcomes that we can get for the community, and the community have been fantastic in the way they have pushed us to try and get the best outcome. And yeah, it's not perfect, but actually there are some good outcomes for the community. And I think the community board as well has done a great job to get this through to council as well. So we'll be approving the walking and cycling link between the Northern Arterial and the Papanui parallel. There's going to be speed reductions within the quieter roads, the community roads in St Albans, which is going to have significant impact for safety and just the community feel for that area. It is a shame, that we've had to obviously go through this whole process. I feel for the people in St Albans who, in less than a year are going to have a hell of a lot of cars come into their community. It's already a busy area, and I think if we had just waited, actually the outcomes would be terrible. So we're trying to work out the best way to make this work. I think by the fact that we're not resolving to do the clearways, it still gives us the ability to keep pushing down the road of trying to get public transport down Cranford Street, prioritise public transport. I think this is the most important thing we need to be doing as we move forward, is how we can reduce the cars actually going into Cranford Street right from the get-go. Because if we can't do that, then we're just going to be stuffed. We've heard the cost of this, $70 to $80 million just for the Christchurch City Council part, which is obviously between Kiwi2 Drive down to Innes Road is the main part, then obviously all this downstream effects management plan parts south of Innes Road, and that's a lot of money, really, just trying to accommodate people to get in and out of Christchurch, and then reduce the impact of all the cars. And really, when we think of what could have been done towards our transport network with that money, if only we'd actually, I guess, thought outside of the square at the time this was done, we might have had some really good outcomes for our community. But unfortunately, we have been lumped with what we've been given. But I think we've got an outcome that can still work, and we'll continue to work with the community to keep making sure that we get something out of this. In terms of number 11, I support it. It's not actually putting in there to do it. It's saying it to be investigated for the next draft LTP. So I'm not too sure why councillors actually vote against that. If anyone's been down Courtney Street, you can see why it actually needs to be done. So I'll be supporting the whole resolution as it is, and I urge all the rest of the councillors to support all the resolutions, you know, people aren't going to be happy with them. You know, I'm not 100% happy with them, but I think it's the best we can do with what we've been given, which is not the best thing in the world. But look, I'll continue to advocate for the St Albans. Look, if I think I can say don't open it and go through,
polite
I've done
point
it,
of
but
order,
it's
Mr.
not gonna
Chair,
happen.
for obvious reasons.
Sorry, I've got 26 seconds, so that's fine.
Can it be directed at council though, not the gallery?
Sorry, you did a point of order. I was just waiting for it to be ruled. No, it's all good. Thank you.
So I'll put clause 11 first. So all of those in favour of clause 11 say aye. Aye. Against? No. So if I can have a show of hands for the noes, please. So that's carried. Do we want that recorded? Okay, so the noes again is Tim Scandrett, James Goff, Sarah Templeton, David East. So with 11 included, I'll now put the whole motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? No. And again, if we can have a show of hands for the noes. So James Goff, Yanni Johansson. That's carried. Thank you very much. And thanks to staff for your contribution this morning and throughout the project as well. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to the committee Part A reports. Item 12, the draft multicultural strategy implementation plan and multicultural advisory group terms of reference. Now this came from the Social Community Development and Housing Committee, but Councillor Jimmy Chen, as the leader of this work, I'd invite you to introduce this item, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and my fellow councillors. As the Chair of the Council's Multicultural Subcommittee, it has been privileged taking a lead to establish the Council's multicultural strategy and also launch this strategy in 2017. For the purpose of the implementation of this strategy more effective and efficiently, so I'm delighted that I also taking a lead to establish the two comprehensive reports today. One is the multicultural, the strategy implementation plan. The other one is a multicultural advisory group, terms of reference. These two are the comprehensive report and the strategic document is very, very crucial for the implementation of this strategy. And also, these two comprehensive report has been consultation with the original the multicultural working group. They are very positive and give us feedback with the minor amendment. Also, these two reports has been a discussion, and first in our multicultural subcommittee on 9th of August. Second was on the Social and Community Development Housing Committee on 4th of September. Majority of the members, councillors, so that's very positive. We need to implement this one. However, we still just thought how to we raise the sufficient budget to support these two comprehensive report, this high level, this kind of strategic document implementation smoothly, effectively, is very, very crucial. So based on this one, we can see the 4 goals. The goal 1 to go through actually is council responsibility. So we also ask the staff need to, based on this implementation plan, integrate all the different units of the council, to put on their long-term plan as well as annual plan. Regarding the goal 4, value and celebrate cultural diversity, we should take positive way to coordinate with the key stakeholders and the wider community groups. Then we can make this strategy for the implementation more successful, particularly for the after most attack on 15th of March. Most of communities thought this very, very good strategic document, and also thought how to implement it very, very important. So I urge the chair and my fellow councillors with your animals to support these two comprehensive reports today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any commentary from staff on this item before we move to questions? So we'll take the report as read. Are there any questions? Yanni.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the same question I asked at the committee, but I really want to get a sense of, there's a number of things in here where we say we're going to do things. And given that a number of groups have had reduced funding around multicultural events and around cultural groups, how can we be confident that what we say we're going to do in the strategy is done with the resources that we currently have?
So, at annual plan this year, a bid was made, but because of financial restraints was unable to be delivered on, and part of that was to support this strategy. However, we feel that we will prioritise the deliverables that we have. This is a very high one for us. We feel like we can deliver the strategy in the finances we have at the moment. However, there may be an effect on other requests that we can't deliver because of that. That's a reality. But
thank you. Phil.
Thank you, and thank you for all the reports on both the strategy and now the implementation plan. And this came to mind after it came to the committee, Claire, so to be with me. It's around really the aspect of a lot of our immigrant people are really quite entrepreneurial in their approach, and they set up businesses. It's just how can perhaps we as a council make sure that in fact somehow they're supported by whether it's Christchurch NZ or Development Christchurch Limited or part of council.
I agree, absolutely, and I think there are a number of initiatives in town that support some of those businesses through Christchurch New Zealand, through community accounting, through Christchurch Budget Services. There are a range of those organisations that are also supporting businesses as well, so we're only too happy to help that out. As you'll understand, the Small Business Enterprise Centre is no longer around, and they used to provide really, really good support for fledgling multicultural businesses. So there's a bit of a gap in the market there, but we're working with those other groups that have picked up some of that in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. So, Jimmy, I'm assuming that you'd like to move this?
Yes.
And Phil, you're happy to second? All right. So moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Phil.
Just a point or two further to what Jimmy has said. Look, I think this implementation plan now, I think has got great potential to be successful. I think, and it hasn't occurred in a vacuum at all. There's been a huge amount of work that has gone on for many years really, by our staff, and it was due to that work that, in fact, I think we were placed as a council in a strong position when we had the terrible atrocities in March. But this now is just so positive in terms of what can be achieved with all of our multicultural groups. And clearly there's a focus here on what the Multicultural Advisory Group will do, and I think that clearly is an essential component of what can happen in the future. I think looking back too that the Multicultural Subcommittee has already achieved a huge amount by being available for people of all, everybody to come and make wonderful submissions in a low-key way, and it's already achieved a lot. So, and this really is a great opportunity for council to continue a leadership role, and this emphasis in the implementation plan about keeping our communities safe, and it is implicit that we prevent and respond to any racism, which would also make our city unsafe. So I certainly commend the strategy and now the implementation plan, and thank Councillor Jimmy Chen and the staff for huge work that has been done.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, I think it's really good that we're adopting, a number of strategies, but again, I come back to a real concern that we already had this multicultural strategy in place, and what we saw at the last funding round was a number of cultural groups get their funding cut or not get any funding at all. We've seen cultural festivals like Diwali struggling for funding, even though we have a multicultural strategy in place. So the implementation plan has followed a strategy, but actually it just adopts many of the things that we've actually already got in it. And I'm not convinced that this is the right approach. I think when we adopt a strategy, we should be really clear around the financial implications of achieving it. If we're not prepared to do that, then I can't see why we spend time developing these strategies. So I'm going to abstain from this today, not because I don't support doing the work that's in here, but because I don't believe we have sufficient information to ensure that it's actually going to happen. And, you know, I just think it's incredibly frustrating to adopt strategy after strategy and not see their results because we haven't got the resources allocated as part of the adoption of that strategy to ensure that we get these things done.
Thank you. Any further debate? All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Noting Councillor Johansson's abstention. That's carried. Thank you. Item 13, proposed amendment to the Port Hill Slope Instability Management Areas plan change in the district plan. Now we've got an updated staff recommendation. So we're just coming on to item 13. Yes, you did. You just finished it. Yeah. All right, great.
Apologies for lateness. I've been opening the UNHCR global conversations, which is off to a good start. So thank you for that. And we're up to item. Help me out here.
Item 13.
Item 13. Proposed amendments to the Port Hill Slope and Stability Management Areas plan change in the district plan, and this is the Regulatory Performance Committee. So, James, would you like to...
But you've also just, I just wonder, take the report as read, but there's also some altered or amended recommendations there, so might be best if I hand it over to staff and can talk through those.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. The additional additions to the recommendations are for two reasons. The first is that at the time of the Regulatory Performance Committee on the 4th of September, we were awaiting the recommendations from a geotechnical assessment of properties in the Avoca Valley. That report subsequently indicated that there were properties beyond those initially identified in the plan change as being affected and having a reduced level of risk, and it's considered appropriate that given where we're at in the process, we can still include those additional properties that benefit from the physical works that have been completed and propose a change to the overlays. The second reason that we're putting forward additions to the recommendations is that the process, which is well prescribed under Schedule 1 of the Resource Management Act, requires the identification of directly affected parties for the purpose of limited notification, and the delegation doesn't extend to staff on that matter, so we require council resolution to be specific in that regard. The second matter is that Schedule 1 also provides an ability for council to provide further information to directly affected parties on the plan change. Again, we need a council resolution to be specific about what that information is, and so hence the additions to the recommendations.
Right. So, and the people affected by this will be aware of this issue?
That's correct. We've engaged with the directly affected property owners on two occasions, the first in May and the second a month ago, and invited feedback from those property owners on both occasions. We've had a limited response to the feedback, which may reflect in part that for all but one of the properties, this is a change to the district plan to reduce to provide a less restricted. It changes the plan insofar as the rules are less restrictive in the proposed change than what they currently experience, and that's in light of a reduced risk profile for those property owners, and that reflects further investigations as well as physical works that have occurred on the Port Hills. So that's a possible reason why we've not had the response that perhaps may otherwise have occurred.
But there's a sense that people are genuinely comfortable with the changes that are being proposed?
From the correspondence we've received, that's correct.
Right. Sarah?
So just quickly, just with the new properties in Avoca Valley, none of those have a more restrictive framework under this. It's just the original property from the original paperwork that we saw at regulatory performance that had the increased. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right. James, would you like to move this?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. I'll just,
happy to move.
And Sarah to second. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of quantifying the changed risk, is that in there? I may have missed it, but just wanted to check with you. So, for instance, life risk was 1 in 10,000. Is that somehow altered or still within that parameter?
So the properties that are affected, the life risk has reduced as a consequence of physical works or investigations for all but one property, and that in turn has reflected the change to the overlays in the district plan. Jesse Dykstra next to me, Council's Principal Geotechnical Advisor, has reviewed, we've received over since the district plan review information from property owners, either as part of an application for resource consent or a certification process, their investigations, and Jesse has completed his own review of that and made recommendations based on the risk being less than what is expected for those properties subject to rockfall, cliff collapse and mass movement.
Yeah, so the primary reason for the risk being reduced is actually removal of the hazard. So what we've done is we've reassessed the area following removal of a number of potential rockfall source areas. The contractor that did those works had their own engineer, and that engineer assessed the works once they were complete and provided us with certification saying that the works were done as per the design, that the risk had been sufficiently reduced to below the threshold, and then we had myself did a site walkover following that and concurred with their engineer that the works had been effective.
Good. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sarah?
Thanks for that. I'm really pleased that this is one of the first plan changes that we're planning as a council with the powers back in the district plan. Many of these properties have been impacted by the risk assessments that maybe weren't quite as accurate initially, or now that time's moved on and hazards have been removed, they make changes. Some of the changes will actually benefit the batch owners at Taylor's mistake. And as we were going through that process, it was very clear that some of the original overlays weren't as accurate as they could have been. And so this will enable some of those batch owners to be able to do the remediation work that's needed to make those batches safe, or do it in a different way. So I'm really pleased to be able to get on with this today.
Thank you. Any others? I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work on the subject matter. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. The hearings panel report to the council on the High Street revitalisation and tram extension project. The chair of the hearings panel isn't here, so Mike, could I invite you to David to introduce the report. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. The hearings panel met and it was a majority decision that we have before you today. We had 4 options to consider. Option 1 was full revitalisation of High Street and the tram extension. Option 2 was just do the tram extension and asset repairs. Option 1A was the revitalisation of the 2 northern blocks of High Street and with full revitalisation of the southern block with some additional parking. Option 1B was revitalisation of the 2 northern blocks and do minimal in the southern block of High Street. We have recommended that option 1 for the mid and northern sections of High Street be adopted, and 1B, which was due minimum, excuse me, in the southern block. It's interesting to note that the tram extension itself had overwhelming support, with 81% of submitters indicating their support for that part of the project. The controversial aspect of the whole revitalisation program was around the provision of on-street parking, where 23 submitters wanted less emphasis on parking and 25 wanted more parking spaces to support local businesses. In particular, 19 opposed reduction of car parking in the southern block. The committee, the hearings panel I should say, heard a significant number of submissions from developers expressing their concern about the reduction of parking, and that in itself influenced the majority of the panel to, at this stage, not proceed with work in the southern area. So in summary, we have, sorry, I'll just backtrack a little. We now have an interesting scenario where the middle block parking attracted a fair amount of consideration from a developer, and staff are proposing a minor change to the hearings panel report, converting 2 loading zone area parks to car parking, and adding 2 additional car parking through the design and just tweaking some of the blockouts in the road. So that gives an additional overall addition of 2 parks over and above what was there in the loading zone. In the southern block, staff are recommending that we consider reprogramming the works to align with the building of the multi-use arena, as opposed to the hearings panel do nothing at present. That poses an interesting scenario, I suppose, in that we have a hearings panel recommendation, and whether council would consider normal practice, a hearings panel decision comes to council and it's either accepted or sent back to the hearings panel. I believe there are some issues around if it's sent back to a hearings panel and pending an election. If the same hearings panel is not available, it may require constituting a new panel and possibility of starting the consultation again. Unusual circumstances. As a panel member, I'm comfortable with the changes that staff are recommending, but technically we shouldn't be amending a hearings panel resolution, so I'm not quite sure how that may be overcome, or if it's indeed possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a challenging issue, and perhaps if staff could come to the end of the table. It did occur to me that there was potential, rather than requesting staff, that is, and I've got the alternative recommendations to go up, but you raise a really good point, which is that we're in a sort of kind of the interregnum position, and because it's gone to a hearings panel, I think the last thing that we want to do is refer it back to a hearings panel, because it will start the process again. So it seems to me that there is one thing that we could do, because the recommendation from the hearings panel around the southern block is essentially a do nothing in the southern block, isn't it? That's the recommendation that's in front of us. So we could just simply note that staff, as part of the 2021-2031 long-term plan program, will bring back proposals to program the upgrade of the southern block of High Street to align with the construction of the mould. So we'll just note the fact that that's something that will happen as part of the LTP process. So it's not necessary for us to request that you do it. We just note that you do it, and then it's resolved in accordance with the resolution of the hearings panel, and I think that will resolve that. And then in the after the election, if the new council picks that up as an issue and inserts that in the process for the LTP, then it's all good to go. In terms of the mid-block concerns, I know that staff have worked very hard to look at the sort of what is inevitably going to be a transitional arrangement, and I know that I'm very supportive of simply providing for 2 additional car parks in that middle block. In the meantime, it just seems to me to be a relatively sensible one to propose, and I'm just wondering how within the context of the decision that we have from the hearings panel we can do that in a way that sort of kind of facilitates getting to an outcome today. So if
Sorry, apologies.
Yep.
Through the chair, it was deemed minor. The other thing is that the detailed traffic resolutions coming back.
So
the detailed traffic resolutions are reported back to the relevant committee. So through the detailed design process, make consideration for, and they'd get resolved as part of the detailed traffic resolutions to come back.
This isn't going to happen anytime soon, is it? So, but the most important thing is that this approves the tram, and this is the issue that comes back.
Yeah.
So do we need to?
Do you note the request too? And we can consider that through detailed design to be resolved through the detailed traffic resolutions.
Okay, so and then so in here request. So instead of request that note that staff will look to provide 2 additional car parks as part of the detailed design to be reported back.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to do is to pick up on your point, David, that the challenge that we're faced with is a hearings panel report. We do not want to send it back to the hearings panel. I know that not everyone will be necessarily happy with it. I noted it was a split recommendation in terms of the hearings panel itself, but I think that in terms of getting a resolution that enables the key issues to come back to council in a format that doesn't require a reference back to the hearings panel, I'm really good with that. So and you're comfortable with the approach? Okay, good. So David, would you like to move it? And is there a seconder for that? Well, I'll second it as an approach. So are there any questions for staff?
Is that replacing 1B or an addition? So we're keeping that and then also noting?
Put 1B first,
Yep.
and then go noting
Note
that
that,
staff. Yep. Right. Aaron?
I have 2. I'll go with the really simple one first. The wood for the trees to be removed. What's the location that sculpture will go to?
I don't think that's been decided yet. It's not actually ours. I believe it belongs to Scape, so we're returning it to them.
Okay. And was it considered where in that map on page 364 of ours, or 26 of the report, that it went across on the diagonal where it says potential location of future cultural artwork?
So my understanding of that artwork is that it needs some more work done to it to make it safe. It was never intended for a full-time installation. The cultural artwork is something we're working through with Matapopere at the moment. I can feed that back to the project team as well.
Yeah, I know it's been a very popular artwork. And then the other one is, in most of our reports we have financial implications. There's obviously budget in here. One that's not considered is the cost to the council every time we remove a metered car park. Why do we not put that in our reports if each car park is a loss of somewhere between, depending on where it is in the city, $4,000 and $9,000 a year? And that's a direct cost to ratepayers.
We haven't typically. We've reported the loss, the change in car parking. We haven't typically reported that loss of revenue. But
that won't be a net figure because there is a cost of enforcement, that compliance, that is not netted off in any of the considerations around car parking.
Absolutely, but as a financial implication to the council, when we remove a metered car park, it's a rented space that makes us money. Yes, there's costs like there is with any rented space, but we make revenue from it. So it has an implication. Like if we took the whole lot out across the whole city.
I think the incoming council has to ask for a detailed analysis of the net cost, because the compliance cost, and this has kind of been a little bit of my frustration, is that we don't focus on the net cost. So the compliance cost, if we could have a better system that was more sort of electronically connected, you wouldn't need to have people essentially from a compliance point of view out on the streets in the way that they are. So the net cost is quite different from the actual input. But we do need to do that work, and I thank you for raising it. It's a good point. Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the work you've done on this. I just wanted to check who we talked to in the fire service and if we have anything in writing confirming that they don't have any concerns with this design.
So we talked to all emergency services, and we sat down around a table with the plans and had a meeting with them, and they said at that meeting that I was at, they didn't have any concerns with the design.
I look at some of these designs and I think of fire trucks trying to access in an emergency, and it just seems very hard to access based on the turning width that they would require. So we have nothing in writing, but we just had a meeting with emergency services who said they have no concerns.
So the fire service vehicles are tracked to make sure they can access these sites, so I can guarantee they can turn into these roads. They're not going to be there frequently, if at all. So sometimes it's not the easiest movement for them, because if we make it so a fire truck can turn in there at, say, 30 kilometres an hour, it means that cars will be able to turn in there every day, all through the day at 50 or higher. So it is a difficult movement for the fire service, but it's not going to slow them down significantly. You're talking a few seconds delay at the intersection to turn into High Street.
And they will turn across multiple lanes to get in, as they have a right to do. So we have discussed it with all emergency services around the table, as well as asking for their written feedback. I can't tell you hand on heart today whether we absolutely got written feedback from them. We think we did.
I wonder if we're talking to the right people in the fire service.
We are talking to the fire service, and we are talking to their representatives. Yeah. So we have talked to the fire service and said, who is your representative to come and talk to this? We've talked to the area commander, and they've put their representative up, and that's not for us to determine who their representative is. They've put them forward, and it is the same person on at every time. So we do have a consistent representative, which we're trying to work with.
I can't imagine that intersection is very easy to navigate now.
No.
Right. And the second question is just to understand the financial implications around this. So I was just trying to find, I didn't see it.
Section 10?
Right, section 10. So
it's page 14 of my 352.
352. Okay, it's just because it's not in the hearings report. So 352. Cool. Okay, so basically, with all the changes from the hearings panel and where they've got to, what's the total quantum of money that we're being asked to approve today?
You're being asked to approve options 1 and 1B, which is the third column along.
Right, so 8 million basically.
Mm.
Right, and how much money has NZTA committed as part of that?
At the moment, NZTA has not committed. They have said funding for this is unlikely in this NLTP.
And
so
how
depending
long?
on when the building starts as to whether we're likely to be eligible for subsidy.
So if we wanted to get it into the next NLTP,
Yep.
so we wanted to get NZTA subsidy, given that this is an accessible transport project which they put in place, what would be the likely time frame for knowing whether or not that was funded in the new NLTP?
We'll be working with them over the next 12 to 18 months to try and figure that out.
Right.
So the next NLTP is in line with the next LTP, so we will know by then.
Okay, and just finally on the financials, so if we adopt 1 and 1B, then how does 1A get funded?
1A doesn't. It gets funded. 1A doesn't. We are adopting through this report 1 and 1B. That's the proposal of the hearings panel. 1A is put, the upgrade of the southern section is proposed to be noted as part of the next LTP to line up with the...
But sorry, there's no
Arena.
fund, like we've currently got funding in for 1A, 1B and 1, where we're only doing 1 and 1B with that funding, so we don't have any funding, as I would understand it, in our LTP for...
No, it needs to
1A.
be planned as part of the next LTP.
So it's extra money that we need to find. It's not money that's sitting in a budget for the whole project cost to cover this.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm
Sorry, we have a...
It actually doesn't make sense, Yanni.
Right, that's what I'm trying to understand. So we've got a project budget for High Street that would do the full revitalisation of High Street and the tram extension. That's about $9 million.
Yeah, the tram extension is already on budget, and we know that that's not funded by NZTA.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So we've got, basically in simple terms, we've got $9 million for the High Street for this length of the project. We're recommending to spend $8 million for 2/3 of the project with no money attached to the
So
stage
the
that we're
remaining
not
1
doing.
million would not be spent and would be aimed to be reprogrammed
Right.
into
that
another
LTP.
project that would be the southern section to upgrade that section.
Yeah, but that cost, would that cover the entire cost of what we would do there for that third stage?
I don't know at this stage, Councillor.
Right.
It is slightly more expensive to do it separately because you would have additional construction costs around mobilisation, demobilisation, but massively.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Mike, question?
Thank you. So High Street was a street, I guess, designated as a street for people?
Yes, it was.
Excellent. And in, I guess, the diagrams of what that looked like, it actually had no provision of on-street car parking in the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan.
I didn't bring it with me. My apologies.
Well, I've
You're
got it
looking
in
at
front
it?
of me and it doesn't have any car parking in. So actually the fact that when it went out for consultation, let's look at the mid-block, actually all the blocks, they all had car parking on, shows that it already went out with, I guess, a compromised design to actually meet the needs of everyone that used the streets, including the businesses as well.
The balance, yes, we were trying to balance the needs of all of the people in the area.
Thank you. So therefore, obviously all this information went through the hearings panel, and from that we made a recommendation to recommend approving the mid-block from what... but feedback from one person, has it created a change to that following that recommendation?
Feedback was received from one person, yes, and we were asked to go and talk to them, so yes,
Okay.
and we did.
And
we came
that
back and said,
person obviously he owns property?
yes.
And was those properties purchased
I
before
can't-
or after these plans?
I can't tell you that.
Central Recovery
Councillor.
Plan was put out?
I can't tell you that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know, sorry. I'm not being, I don't know.
So one of the things that obviously gets also pushed around a lot is the lack of car parking. Do you know how, because obviously we are including car parking on High Street, it's not been completely removed, there is a number of car parks, and the whole point of High Street was actually to make it a street for people. There are no cycleways actually on High Street, there are cycle lanes.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, there's no separated cycleways. No.
So in terms of car parking, do you know the numbers of car parking within, I guess, 200 metres of High Street?
So Billy's done some work, and so he'll talk to it.
Yeah, so in the middle block there are, well, from the middle 200 metre radius from the middle block, so between Litchfield and Chewham Street, there are 213 on-street car parks. And there's also, we estimate 560 off-street car parks. I say we estimate because we don't know exactly how many are leased in the parking buildings, and that includes the Crossing car park and the Salt District car park as well. So from the lower block, there are 233 on-street car parks within 200 metres, and there are 140 off-street car parks, because it's got a lot less in that lower block because it's not within 200 metres of the Crossing car park.
Okay, good, thank you. Aaron?
In all of the work that's been done over the years to bring people back to the inner city and to reuse and re-engage with the inner city, what were the survey numbers of people that wanted to use on-street parking versus parking buildings? Because I know post-Quake there's a number of people who have fears of parking buildings.
I don't.
Has that ever been surveyed that you know?
I don't know, I'm sorry. It's sort of been a broader issue around the central city. I'm sorry, I can't answer that one today. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Thank you. Just another one I'm sort of thinking of, hopefully you've got the numbers. There's a number of streets around the city that actually have no parking at all and actually are really, really successful, like New Regent Street. Do we know, I guess, how much on-street parking is within 200 metres of New Regent Street?
No. I don't know off the top of our heads, sorry. There's no
car parking.
Yeah, there's a lot of gravel car parks near New Regent Street though, so there'd be quite a bit of parking.
All right, I'll open it up for debate. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Sarah?
I mean, yeah, it's been through a hearings panel process and there's been a majority recommendation, and I guess reluctantly probably likely to go with it today. But perception is not reality, and it staggers me that developers have rejected what could have been a really lovely people-friendly upgrade. I mean, by their assertions about car parking, it would seem that key shopping areas like New Regent Street, Cashel Mall, High Street Mall and Oxford Terrace would all be, in complete jeopardy because there's no on-street parking. But they're not. People-friendly areas draw people to them. They're destinations in themselves. And when an area is people-friendly, people shop more. It's nicer to cross the road, it's nicer just to wander around, have a coffee. That's why malls are successful. Malls is just a closed street with a roof over it with no parking outside the shops. That's all they are, and that's how they started. You go to a mall, you drive around the car park for a wee while looking for a park, and then you walk 200 metres to the shop you want to go to. And that's just like town. Perception is not reality. Car parking is not the be-all and end-all. There's endless research, and there's evidence in Christchurch that that's the case.
Anyone else? You've moved it, haven't you? So I just want to say a couple of words before. Look, I've supported this resolution today. I think that we have to remember that we're still in a post-disaster environment, and it does mean that it's going to take some time before we ultimately get to the state that we may well be in, even sooner rather than later. But I don't want to enforce sooner when it's going to stand in the way of development. People who own buildings in this part of High Street, they should be applauded for the work that they're doing. I know that one of the developers, he was the first mover. I went to the opening of the building on the corner of High Street and Litchfield, and it was such a boost to the central city just to see it underway. And wonderful little bars and little laneways and an environment that actually encourage people to come to the city as the destination. I love what the businesses are doing there. The Salt District, St Asaph, Litchfield, Chewham, Salt. This wasn't a council-inspired concept. It's what the businesses created themselves, and it's an enormous destination. It wasn't in the Central City Recovery Plan. Nobody knew that actually when the private sector are absolutely facilitated to do their own thing, they can do wondrous things. Their motivation is, is not only profit, but actually they're creating an environment that encourages people to come into the central city. I just want to back them 100%. If that means delaying for a little period of time those things that the Central City Recovery Plan may have had as an objective, I just think that we've lost sight of the need for transitions that actually smooth the way for those developments in the future. So I'm supporting this. I think it's a good outcome. It enables staff to continue to talk to these amazing people who are actually making a real difference to our city, and we should be honouring them. Yanni, Glenn and Aaron.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a few financial challenges. And I personally think that to go ahead with this project without NZTA contributing is not the right approach. Remember, the government is the one that forced Accessible City on us, and I think they have a responsibility to jointly fund what they've effectively made us do. I also do have a little bit of concern about the design, and although I appreciate we have talked to emergency services, I still struggle. If you look at what's happening on St Asaph Street, for example, and the heavy vehicles using these streets, it does create a lot of conflict. So it's probably something that you've all heard me say before, but I do think one of the problems in our city is that we are over-designing our streets to try and compromise on every type of activity down that street and end up not getting a really good outcome for anyone. And unfortunately, that's continues to be my view for this. Given our financial situation, I think we should leave it on the table. We should wait to get confirmed NZTA funding. We've just heard from a previous debate that we've got streets that we need to renew in neighbourhoods that are currently struggling. $9 million on this project now seems like a luxury that we can least afford when we've got other things that are greater priority, in my view, like fixing our broken infrastructure in our suburbs. So I won't be supporting this today.
Thank you. Well, being a city councillor today and living with the tension of being a ward and city councillor, I respectfully disagree with previous speaker, Councillor Yanni, given the fact that Pardon? What's that? Of course I support suburban revival with our roads, but we also have to support revival of our central city. This is a big area. This transcends 3 blocks. High Street along with Victoria are very significant roads in our city because they cut across that grid pattern. They're very distinctive features, which is what gives Christchurch part of it. It's one of its points of difference. I think today we actually need to push the go button and not sit on it. There are many things that kind of were around and touch on with this. We know about the tram extension, we know about the future provision and planning with the multi-use arena. People wanted more pedestrian access, something that was safe and green, which is picked up in the report with landscape and paving. We know there's been contention. We've seen it in the hearings panel. That's not unusual. But there's a little bit of, you can't always get what you want about this. But the thing is, I think we have to make a decision. And I think it would be the best thing we could do at the penultimate meeting of this council term to give this the tick. Every time I drive along St Asaph Street, when I take the kids to school at Aotawhiri, I look at High Street with that bit that's still not repaired all this time after the quakes, and I think, when is it going to be done? So let's give it the tick and let's just get on with it.
Aaron?
I was just going to say the irony of a document called the Central City Recovery Plan, but beyond that, the bit I raised earlier around the parking meters and the parking spots being removed, as traffic and parking gets smarter, what every parking spot will become in the very near future is priced on demand. And you can imagine, with being here within a block, a really short walk of the stadium, all on-street parks on a Saturday night or a Wednesday night when there's an Adele concert on or something like that. Well, it'll be several nights should be there, but when those things are on, those car parks are going to be worth $30 for the evening, because we'll be able to price them for that. We will own that real estate, and we have to be smart about that and not just give it away too quickly. So that's just something I wanted to raise. That sort of stuff is coming, so be careful what you get rid of in advance of slightly smarter parking systems.
Mike and Tim?
Thank you. Just quickly on Yarni's point about the funding, obviously this still will have to get NZTA funding, so there's still a process and they'll have to go through there. So we're just approving it at the moment, and then that will happen. Look, obviously I was on the hearings panel. There are a few things that concern me. And look, we all appreciate, the great work that the developers do. And this street, High Street, it's designated as a streets for people in the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan. It was very clearly shown in that plan that those streets don't have car parks. And look, that's fine. It's a street that's meant to work for everyone, businesses and people using it, and they'll be on feed, on bikes and cars. And look, car parks were included, and that's fine because we're trying to actually help everybody out. But it just concerns me slightly when we start listening to just one person after a hearing panel's made a decision. I think we need to remember that, yes, developers are extremely important, but actually the biggest investors in the city are the people. And it was very clearly told to us at Share an Idea that we wanted a people-friendly city, a city where people can walk and bike safely. And what happens on High Street is actually you've got much wider footpaths, an area for people to spill out of the businesses and be able to engage on the footpaths in a safe manner. So we just got to be a little bit careful we don't move away from that too much. And it's very clear when you look at actually the amount of on-street and off-street car parking around High Street, there's tons of it. 213 on-street car parking within 200 metres of the middle section of High Street and 560 off-street car parks. That's a lot of car parks. So actually we need to stop saying parking's not as difficult. There's not much parking. There is a lot of car parking in the central city. There's more car parking now, publicly available car parking now, than there was pre-earthquake. So we need to start celebrating the good things that are happening in Christchurch. And one of the good things also about this street is it's actually got the ability to change over time. So therefore, when we get more people using it, and not relying on cars, we can actually just easily remove some of those car parks. And also the intersection of Chewham and High Street will finally see the removal of a lot of those signals, which I think everyone will be pleased to do. Will be pleased to see. One of the things I can't say yes to when I asked to put separately as number 2, actually staff did a huge amount of engagement on this, and I think going back it's just a waste of money. So I'd just ask for 2 to be put separately. Thanks.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Let's not let perfection get in the way of progress. If we're talking about people friendly, even though St Esther Street has a cycle lane and that's great, I would argue that High Street and these plans are a lot more people friendly than St Esther Street, which I think when you walk or drive down there or walk down there isn't really people friendly at all. So I think High Street's a good compromise where we are. I think it's always a compromised life. The Central City Plan was someone else's plan, and then we've all adopted it and we've just got to live with it. But I do think this is a really good compromise. Life is full of compromise, and I don't, we've got to appreciate the developers. They're the ones that take a huge risk, and if it weren't taking a risk here, the least of our problems would be this design. The biggest problem would be no one wants to come to Central City because nothing's happening. So I'm really for this. I think we've got to move forward. As I said, let's not perfection get in the way of progress. And I do want to thank staff for the outstanding negotiation and continued discussions that you've had. So cheers for that.
Thank you. David, would you like to close up the debate?
Thank you. As we've noted, this was a split decision, a majority decision. It's also quite significant to note that there are actually two quite distinct parts to this resolution today. One was the extension of the tram, which was a principal activity that was required, and 81% or more of the submitters actually supported that. So there's never been any argument at all about the extension of the tram, which in itself is going to provide sort of huge impetus to the success of that area of the town. The street revitalisation was the second part of the hearing, and really parking is one of the key things that keeps coming up at this stage in our iteration of the city that is a deterrent to people coming into the inner city. So we had the northern block where there's been no changes even requested to the hearings panel report, and that's quite straightforward. The middle block, you see that one small recommendation from staff to do a minor tweak on parking. And then we have the lower block. It's significantly away from the what I would call the core area of the city. And I think we really have to recognise the huge investment and commitment of a number of developers in this part of the town, the amount of money that they are injecting into High Street for a number of buildings. And I think we need to give them some reasonable recognition of their efforts in the town. Look, we can create a revitalisation plan, and some of these plans, and I look at the one that's we've approved for New Brighton and Marine Parade, it is designated as a flat surface, and parking is still in it, but we can convert that to a no parking area exceedingly quickly. And I think parts of High Street can be done the same without huge expense going forward. So in the short term, let's try and have this sort of compromise between parking and an open space or people space. I'm very comfortable with what we've come up with today. I think it is a compromise. When you look at the submitters, they were reasonably evenly split. 23 wanted less, 25 wanted more. So I think the compromise that we've come to today, there is a reduction in parking. There can be further reductions going forward if we need to, but I think we've settled on a plan. The timing also, I think, there's little likelihood that any commencement of works would even eventuate within the next 12 months. We don't have the funding on stream at the moment. We've still got the negotiations to go through with NZTA. So I think all around we've got a bit of time up our sleeves to get some consideration from NZTA, and in the meantime we are signalling to that community that we have a plan in place that I think will have general acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, so can you note number 2 was a no from Mike Davidson and no from Yanni Johansson for the resolution? Thank you. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the hearings panel report to the council on the Te Wai Ora Otane draft integrated water strategy, but I'm going to defer that to the agenda on Thursday. And so we'll break for morning tea, and when we come back at 11:40, we'll proceed to item number 16, Action for Healthy Waterways consultation. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the hearings panel report to the council on the Te Waiora Otane draft integrated water. No, it's not. Sorry, my apologies. I've just opened it up at the wrong page. It is the Action for Healthy Waterways consultation, which helpfully closes its submissions on Friday the 17th of October. This is another one of these more than unfortunate timetables that we are operating to. Yes, so Yanni, you no, you're not the chair of this one. You, Diane, would you like to speak to this unfortunate timetable that we have been forced to meet? Thank you.
And I'll be pretty brief. Basically, the Ministry for the Environment is consulting on a suite of proposals to improve freshwater management. There are several that they've provided some substantive detail on, changes to the current national policy statement on freshwater management. They're proposing a new national environmental standard for freshwater, and they're also proposing new stock exclusion regulations. There's also several other proposals for which they've provided less detail. They're described in their discussion document, but the draft wording of what they're proposing to do, such as bills or regulations, aren't part of this current consultation. So they're talking about amending a current water take regulation, which is the measurement and reporting of water takes. They're proposing a new national environmental standard for wastewater discharges and overflows. They're proposing a new Water Services Act. They're also proposing amendments to an existing NES for sources of human drinking water. And they're also talking about making some amendments to the Resource Management Act. Again, those 5 proposals are not provided in huge details in their discussion document. They have indicated that they are going to be doing further consultation on those 5 proposals sometime next year. They've graciously extended the consultation period from October 17th to October 31st.
That's helpful.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't really help us any.
Or any other local council, I might say. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the council would like a submission on the ministry's proposals to be a council submission, that would need to be signed by Friday, October 11th. So it's a bit of a crunch. The report that you have in front of you is requesting that you delegate to the mayor and a small number of your colleagues to basically form a submissions panel to work with staff to get a submission to be signed by the mayor no later than October 11th. And I apologize for the mistake in the report. It says Friday, October 10th. Obviously, it should be October 11th.
Yeah. So, I mean, I kind of originally sort of had a provision for it to roll over afterwards, but would it be possible to make the submission or sign off the submission by October the 11th, but also acknowledge that that with the election, an incoming council may wish to provide additional advice?
I might defer that to our legal folks, but I don't, on the face of it, I don't see why we couldn't put that in the submission.
Yeah.
I agree. You can put that note in the submission if you like.
Yeah, I think that would be important, because then we know that we've got a submission signed off by the council by delegation in the meantime, but then it does provide the opportunity for an incoming council to review that relatively quickly, and assuming that the 31st of October is a possibility in that regard, then there will be meetings of the new council prior to the close-off date. Yep, thank you. Vicky?
I just have a question in relation to the nitrogen loss thing, which is on page 455. New national bottom line for nitrogen, and then the nitrogen loss is also referred to. Is that covered in this Act, or is that in a future Act?
That's part of what they're proposing in the new National Environmental Standard for Fresh Water. So
Right.
there's several things that are in that NES, and one of them has to do with basically with farm activities and
Right.
nitrogen losses. So it is covered to some extent in the NES, for which the ministry has not only addressed elements in their discussion document, but they also include, as part of the consultation, a draft of that NES.
Right, so should we make comments on that in this submission or in a future one?
Well, the way staff are working right now, we'll be looking at everything that they're proposing, but in particular, we're certainly looking most closely at the draft documents, so the draft National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management that's going to be amended, the NES, and also the stock exclusion regulations. So those in particular, but all of the discussion document.
Right, and I assume, that it doesn't lower the MAV for the maximum allowable quantity for nitrates in source water.
Well, this is where it gets really confusing.
Yeah, it's the drinking water standard.
The NPS, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, is in some respects a more direct link to water quality, but it's focused on surface water. There's really nothing in the NPS that talks about groundwater. So in terms of groundwater, no. However, in the discussion document, they talk about, as I mentioned earlier, proposal to amend another existing national environmental standard, and this is for human drinking water sources. So in that, they explicitly mention strengthening that NES to deal with specific contaminants, and they mention nitrates by name. And because that NES is about sources of drinking water, it applies to both surface water and groundwater. However, they haven't provided a draft of what those changes might look like. So all we can do is say, if we do, we can say that we think that's a good idea, and then wait for the for consultation to come out specific to that NES sometime next year.
So sometime next year, just to carry this forward in relation to Plan Change 7 that ECAN's got underway, if they go with their current and operate on the current nitrate levels and what they're projecting them to become, that may change in legislation, or don't we know?
We don't know. So at this point, they haven't indicated whether they might set, for example, the equivalent in the NPS of it, like a national bottom line. So we don't know what that's going to look like. And so we don't know what effect that might have on Plan Change 7 or on the Land and Water Regional Plan as a whole. We'll just have to wait and see what it looks like.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
And just following on from that, because I'm actually quite concerned about the this kind of seemingly multiple layers that all come back to the drinking water standard. And I finally got a reply from the Minister of Health I think yesterday or the day before, and I just really don't think that there is an understanding of the level of seriousness it is, that there isn't a sort of a matching study done in New Zealand, for example, to either refute or add weight to the Denmark study. You know, I'm really worried at the situation that we're in at the moment, because it kind of feels like that all of these things are being discussed, but there isn't the one thing that draws all these threads together around the source water protection for our drinking water supply. Yeah, I think there needs to be some reference to the different layers of work that's going on, because, I mean, essentially the reply says that, you know, guess what? The MAV of nitrate, we've set it at exactly the same level as the World Health Organization, but that's the problem. If the World Health Organization are basing it on the pre-existing view of the science and not seeing that the precautionary approach is actually appropriate at this time, I really despair as to how we get to the point where this is taken as seriously as it should be. I mean, there are elements of understanding in terms of the research that needs to be done, but I really don't think that they get that it's so important that we get that population study to be a comparison with what happened in Denmark. Yep. Pauline and
Well, I
Yanni
totally agree,
and
and
Phil.
I think we need to keep banging on about that. But what I take from this is it's basically, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it's basically about surface water. And I know you have referenced the NES for sources of drinking water, and it would be fair to say that most of New Zealand's drinking water is from surface water. Therefore, we need to actually make ourselves in Canterbury as a point of difference, and whilst at the same time connecting the surface water with our underground aquifers, because we know there's transference. So I think, is that fair to say? That's correct?
That is, they do mention in the discussion document where regional councils are looking at managing catchments. They do talk about that linkage between, or potential linkage between groundwater and surface water, and that the regional councils might want to consider including groundwater in their catchment plans, but that's as far as it goes within that discussion document.
Yeah.
So whether that ends up being any kind of a change to other instruments, it's hard to say at this point.
I think it's really worth a comment from us that we would like it to be seen that way, and that we would rather take a risk-averse approach to nitrates in our nitrate levels in our source drinking water, while the future evidence is being accumulated, because let's face it, we're pretty risk-averse and everything else, so why shouldn't we be in this? So I think that, to me, the feeling I get from this is it's about surface water, and I think we need to strengthen that connection between surface water and groundwater. A lot of our surface water is spring-fed from below, and when that gets contaminated, our surface water gets contaminated. I'd be happy to be on any working group, by the way, if we set one up.
Yanni?
Yeah, I just want to be really clear that this does not have any relation to our water supply.
We have more than one water supply across the whole of Christchurch. Do you mean the Christchurch drinking water supply?
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand the protection of the source water for our drinking water, e.g. the nitrate issue. What I'm unclear about is whether there's anything in here that's going to make it harder for us to have chlorine-free or residual disinfectant-free water.
I think they're different issues.
Not that I'm aware of, but I do have to say that because what the ministry is proposing is so complex and covers so many different things, we're still working through the implications of what they're proposing, and it seems like almost every day somebody will discover something new in the discussion document. But I don't think so. It's not necessarily explicit to our drinking water.
One of the things I heard on Radio New Zealand, I think from someone who'd been on the panel that put these reforms together, was that the cost for urban authorities would also be incredibly significant. And he thought that the challenge for urban authorities, people weren't quite aware of the cost impact. And that seemed to suggest to me that this actually will be about, and if you look at the proposal, supporting the delivery of safe drinking water through amending the National Environment Standard for sources of human drinking water.
Well, they're basically talking about all of the waters bar to some extent groundwater. So they are talking about stormwater and having stormwater risk management plans. That would be covered presumably in this Water Services Act, which we don't know what that looks like because they haven't provided that yet. They're also talking about, again, a national environmental standard for wastewater and wastewater overflows and discharges. So there are definitely things in here that could be quite substantial for the council.
Just in terms of informing the submission, could we go back to the Ministry for the Environment and ask specifically about, is there anything that they're proposing that will impact on our ability to provide residual disinfectant-free water through our network? And the second question I had was in regards to our integrated catchment plans, particularly because we've gone through the global stormwater discharge consent and now have a process underway to look at those. How does this relate to the work that we would do either currently on those or possibly we will have to do differently in the future? I'm just mindful of the issue that we've had with the chlorination, where we can spend all this money and all this effort on a process and then the goalposts change and we're back to square one.
But we're not back to square one. I mean, no, but it's unhelpful.
Okay. I'll withdraw that. Just in terms of understanding the timing around our global stormwater discharge consent.
what the process that we're in there.
Okay.
The last item on this says the proposals do not address groundwater except in an indirect peripheral way. There are no proposals to place any limitations on contaminants in groundwater. Staff consider that the inclusion of groundwater in the MPSFM is long overdue, and I think that's been reinforced by what other councillors have said, and it's actually being reinforced by what you've said. Right. I think the area that you've heard on the radio is the increased cost or the significance of the cost around wastewater and stormwater, right, but also around the wastewater discharges and overflow.
Right. So thanks for clarifying that.
And we already know that, but we already know that they are issues. And we know that there are issues because of our global consent discussions.
That's right. So what I was trying to understand in terms of, are we better to put that process on hold until this is finalised so that we're spending our money wisely around what the new standards are, rather than continue down the path of trying to meet the current standards, which could change?
But you're mixing up two different issues. I mean,
stormwater and wastewater. That's part of our global stormwater discharge consent.
Stormwater.
Yeah. I don't think it would be good to not do anything until the government comes out with their two things, the NES for wastewater overflows and discharges on the one hand, and also the Water Services Act, which then would potentially have requirements around stormwater. Whether or not we would have to do something more than what we're doing now is, we don't know. It's quite possible that what we're doing right now in terms of the stormwater management plans would meet the requirements that they might put on the stormwater networks under these other instruments, but we don't know the details yet.
But we're obliged to act anyway because we're in a consent process.
Yeah.
So I've got Phil, I think. Anne, did you have a question? No, and Vicky.
Thanks, Diane. Perhaps in some ways it's a pity we aren't dealing with the integrated water strategy one today too, to sort of try and get them joined up, but we're going to do that Thursday. I just wanted to, going back to the point that Vicky raised around nitrogen as national bottom lines, and then there's also reference to that for phosphorus and sediment too. Yep. So when we do our submission, will we, while this is around surface water, will we be referring clearly to what we would like to see happen in the catchment areas to prevent so these net bottom lines are achieved?
Yes, we will be. It is our intention to make submissions on those proposed new national bottom lines. Again, what's proposed in the national policy statement is directed at surface water and not groundwater. But we know that things work both ways. Surface water can obviously influence groundwater and vice versa.
Particularly long term.
Mm.
Okay, so we'll be commenting on that, on possible solutions and ways to achieve that.
I'm not sure how much we would be putting that into a submission, given the time frame that we have, but we'll do our best.
Okay, thanks, Diane.
Good. Vicky?
Just looking at the diagram. Sorry, in attachment A, where they list all the things that they're going to do, including protect drinking water sources. I'm assuming that's the thing that's going to come later and is not included in this. What I'm wondering, just in terms of time and the impact of dairy farming or other intensive farming on the Christchurch water source, we have a report coming, or you have a report coming to the council in November on the possible action on a water conservation order, is that right?
That's my understanding, unless something changes.
Yeah, so in November, the new council will get a report on what would need to happen about a possible water conservation order. And it may well be that that's the quicker, even though they take an incredibly long time, way to look at protecting the groundwater source for our aquifer.
Actually, in the first instance, I would say that the amendment to potentially the amendment to the existing national environmental standard would be faster.
quicker, right.
The water conservation order process is not a fast process at all. And last I looked, they still hadn't finalized the
Poo-Poo Springs.
water conservation order on Poo-Poo Springs. So, yeah.
Okay, so this might be faster than that, but you'd probably want to do both.
Might be. It's hard to say because we don't know exactly what it's going to look like in terms of what it might achieve. So we'll just have to wait and see.
And the letter that you just got from the Minister of Health doesn't give you a lot of hope.
No, I can't say that I was inspired by it.
Yes, that was being polite.
Yep. Right, are there any other questions? Now, how do we want to resolve the signing off on this? Pauline's indicated that she'd like to be one of the named councillors. Is there anyone else? Phil Clearwater? Is that, are people comfortable? And Sarah Davidson. Oh, sorry. That was, sorry. Sarah Templeton, sorry. I just looked over in that direction. You were sitting next to Mike and I just...
It's all right, Mrs. Freud.
It's my fault. Sorry, I do apologise. So councillors Cotter, Clearwater and Templeton, to enable it to be finalised prior to the election, submitted submitted by Friday the 17th of October 2019. Can we note in there that the incoming council may wish to add... No, we'll just put it in the submission. So we'll note in the submission that that the incoming council. I mean, if the incoming council does add something, then we'll add that. It would have to be submitted by the 31st anyway. Yes. But if it's not submitted till the 17th, there won't be a meeting before the 17th, will there? No. Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. So would someone like to move that? That isn't one of the named people. Vicky moved, seconded by Aaron Kewen. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thanks very much, Diane. It's much appreciated. Right, the next item on the agenda is the draft submissions on the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and Highly Productive Land, which is helpfully closing on the 10th of October 2019. It sounds like it's very, very close. So I will hand this over to staff if you'd like to give a brief outline. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, so yeah, like the previous item, there are two national policy statements that are also out for consultation at the moment. One's on urban development, one's on highly productive land. The urban development one is about providing sufficient capacity for the next 30 years for housing and business, and enabling the cities to grow both up and out. And the highly productive land national policy statement is more about protecting highly productive land from urban development. So the two obviously have some interrelationships. In terms of our submission, the key points really are we have highlighted the unhelpful timeliness, as we've mentioned before, around the election period. We've also highlighted that a lot of this is around providing, for a lot of the urban development one is around providing quantity of housing, and it's not so much emphasis on quality or amenity, and we'd like to see more of that. Bit of a concern that there's a one-size-fits-all approach, and that we're not facing the same issues as Auckland, and so a more tailor-made approach should be considered. There's also a lot of cost to implement this, that was especially doing all the assessments and making the plan changes to implement these documents. And so obviously this is not something that has been funded, or we don't have any additional funding to deal with these costs, so that's a concern. There's a concern around out-of-sequence greenfield development being encouraged in the National Policy Statement of Urban Development, and the conflict that has with the highly productive land National Policy Statement, which is trying to prevent greenfield development, especially on highly productive land. There's requirements to remove parking regulations. So there's obviously attention there. We need support to see a mode shift to make that possible. And I'll hand over to Peter in terms of the highly productive land. Any key points you wanted to mention?
I'm probably a bit like the last item. A lot of uncertainty in the directions in the document, inconsistencies and unclear directions, to the point that it is potentially going to be more difficult, more complex, open to more legal debate, trying to deal with this issue with having a national policy statement than just dealing with it under the normal RMA processes. So a lot of the submissions are about trying to get clarity on what the directions are and what is intended. A few other things. The part of a reflection of that lack of clarity is that it potentially could protect any land with some primary production potential to the level of where it would have to use it for urban development. It would have to go through or past the bar that it is the best alternative for providing for urban development. So it would mean if we wanted to, if somebody wanted to put urban development on a bit of hill country that was only suitable for forestry or sheep grazing, then in that circumstance, potentially somebody would still have to prove that it was the best alternative. So, yeah, it comes down to that lack of certainty, and if that can be resolved, then it could be useful to have such a document, because the concept is certainly supported of having direction on highly productive land.
Microphone on. Can I ask a question about the, you know, the sort of the issue for a lot of residential areas. So we've had provisions in our district plan for intensification for some time. That has now been addressed significantly in the areas where intensification was specifically identified under the Land Use Recovery Plan, and our district plan has been changed as a result. I know that, and I've looked at the community board response to this, and I understand completely where they're coming from, because, you know, I remember walking down one of the streets in Riccarton with members of the local Riccarton Residents Association, members of the community board, local councillors, and observing firsthand the impacts of a change in zoning, which saw, you know, sort of the 3-bedroom villa on a large section knocked down and replaced with 3 to 4 townhouses, each with 3 to 4 bedrooms, and each bedroom being rented out separately. You know, and the reality was a street that previously had considerable amenity was suddenly a parking lot in its own right, and just streets on cars stuck into corners inside the driveways, cars stuck on footpaths, stuck on berms, stuck on the road, you know, and just seeing the devastation wrought. And I don't think, I fully understand that times are changing. The reliance on these fossil fuel generated vehicles, it's not going to survive in the long term. But how we transition to this, I mean, it just simply isn't fair to take away all that amenity. So how will this, and I'm hearing from the community boards that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development will actually put them under pressure for even more intensification and more areas that are like this. We managed to protect, and I think Mike Davidson spoke about this on an earlier occasion, I think maybe when you were the chair of the community board, about that area around St James Park, which is a heritage area, and you know, it's a memorial to the war, and you know, and it was able to be exempted from what was a natural intensification push under our district plan. But will it survive this? You know, that's the other issues that I'm worried about. What are we going to have our city inherit if this is passed in its form? It's Auckland solutions imposed on Christchurch, which has already been through enough already. Sorry, that sounded like a speech rather than a question, but it was a question. It was a question. Does this mean that there is a risk that we are going to see intensification in areas not currently provided for in our district plan?
So there is 2 options under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development under intensification, which they've put out. One is quite a prescriptive approach, which says within 800 metres of centres and 1.5k of the central city and 800 metres of core public transport routes, essentially, you must have high density. And that's 60 households per hectare, which is quite high. There is another approach that is less prescriptive, which will give us a bit more leeway. Under both options, they also say if there's sufficient evidence that intensification should not be enabled, then councils have the ability to present the evidence and not enable that. But once again, that will, if that prescriptive approach is adopted in the final version, it's going to lead to those costly debates and legal challenges and trying to gather the evidence to have those debates about whether we have enough evidence that places like around St James Park and other areas should be protected versus should be enabled for high density. So yeah, it will be a balancing act and a cost we'll have to bear.
My second question, and then I'll open it up, but is around the Resource Management Act. I don't think people, and our district plan and how they operate together, I don't think people understand why these intense developments are allowed without any notification and without any input from the local community who is impacted by that. So the government has said that they've got the RMA under review, but I don't see that as being a helpful review in the context of this sort of national policy statement.
Yeah, so the RMA review will happen after this. They're looking at having some recommendations before the next general election next year, and then it'll be put before the Parliament in the next term. So this will go through if it does go through before that. So yes, this will happen before any RMA changes.
But do the public, I mean, I'm getting the impression that the public do not understand why they don't get notified of intense developments in their neighbourhoods because it's permitted under the district plan, or its effects are deemed to be no more than minor, when in fact from a community point of view they're considerably more than that.
Yeah, if it's permitted, then yes, there is no public notification because there's no consent required.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got, I had Pauline, Phil, Tim, Yanni, Glenn. Right, I better write that down.
Well, my question's on the highly productive land, and I'm just wondering what weighting is given currently to land that is local or in close geographical proximity to urban population. So, for instance, in our ward we've got a lot of land that we've lost in Marshland and Preston, which were very highly productive land, which would have meant very low transport costs to providing food locally, so that ties in with climate change and localism. So can you tell me what sort of weighting is given to that? Is there any in protecting that land? And should there be?
Yes, it certainly has always been a consideration in the review of basically the urban development strategy for Christchurch, for Greater Christchurch. The situation in Christchurch is that there are limited options for further expansion of the urban area. When you think of things, if you think of Christchurch, you think, okay, well, we've got the sea out east, we've got the Port Hills to the south, we've got the airport water recharge area to the northwest. To the southwest is, again, more highly productive land. Christchurch has very few options, and that unfortunately is one of the difficulties for a number of cities in New Zealand, in that it is hard to find land near the city that is not highly productive land. And so it always comes down to weighing up how all the different values that land has to determine whether or not growth should go in that area or somewhere else.
Exactly. So where do we put our view that under no circumstances, if a city becomes full, it's full, you need your land to grow your food. Otherwise you go up.
Well, that's a part of the intent of this policy statement.
Okay. As long as it's in there.
I've got Phil, Tim, Yanni and Glenn.
Thank you. My first question is about the transport part, and I think early on in the submission you certainly refer to the fact that there's no mention in the document in relation to central government funding or support for transport, even though it's clearly a major factor. And then, on our page 480, there's one in section 32. You've clearly got future public transport business case. We've done that, and we'd welcome further support from government. But what I'm a bit puzzled about is that when it comes to 35, we seem to be getting fairly soft. And because the comment that the submission just says central government may need to provide support. So I'm just wondering, can we please be firmer about and consistent about the real need for supporting the public transport business case?
Yeah, we can be strong on that point. If you,
Thank you, David. My other question really is about similar to Pauline's in terms of where we emphasise the need for using versatile soils. And I just thought under climate change, could we also include clear reference to the need of versatile soils, for example, around local horticulture and food production?
Sure. Good. Yep.
Thank you.
Tim?
Thank you. And this information, so it's 800 metres of a key activity or a centre, 1.5 kilometres from the central city. How does that affect special character areas like Church Square, Beckenham Loop and others like that? Because it seems through the processes that we went with rushing through the district plan, through the independent hearings panel, we have streets of high character and special characters such as Studham Street, which has a line down the middle of it which is totally ridiculous, and we've had one section there intensified with 4 dwellings which were questionable, and 3 are still for sale since they've been built, which is some time. So how does that affect these areas?
Yeah, so I mean, if they go with that option in the final version, there isn't any reference to character areas per se, but there is so there is a reference that it has to be within 800 metres of these areas, except where there is evidence that demonstrates intensification should not be enabled. So if we would have to provide the evidence that these character areas are these areas that should not have intensification, that should not be where intensification is enabled, and we would have to provide sufficient evidence to be able to get that through an RMA process to protect it. So yeah, it puts more onus onto councils and more cost to provide the evidence and push back against.
Can we, because I know that we're getting some changes through the residential, through the section 71. So do we need to do something to strengthen our character areas?
Well, we can do, but this is a national policy statement, so we must give effect to it. So it overrides a district plan to a certain extent. But
as it's a national policy statement that overrides everything, so I guess goes back to the start of my question: do our character areas have any protection at all if they're within 800 metres of a key centre or 1.5 of the central city, which is Church Square and Studham Street?
Yeah. So under the draft, there is no mention of character areas, so they don't have any blanket protection. The only way we could provide that protection is we have to provide sufficient evidence that they are areas that should be protected, and so the onus is on us to protect them. We won't get any support unless it changes from central government to protect them.
We won't be alone in this either.
No, I realise that.
You look at Auckland and look at Ponsonby, that they have quite strict rules around, the external facing elements of what is a significant area of character. But what worries me is that we end up having to defend against development in those areas.
And that's why I'm kind of thinking it is a one rule fits everything, which is actually ridiculous. Yeah. And we're already in a situation through the speed of the independent hearings panel and how they affected our district plan. We've got a character area, a street, a Studham Street, which is totally ridiculous. As one side of it's protected, which both sides were before. It's just ludicrous. It really is. But thank you. But I just guess, how can we change that? That's the question.
We are proposing on our list of priority plan changes a plan change around that. But obviously, we will now, if this goes through, we now have to balance that up with this national direction. So
it is a hierarchy, and give effect to is a pretty strong requirement.
Yeah, written by someone who doesn't really care.
Well, it's a one size fits all when we know what they're like. Yanni.
Thank you. Councillor Buck's just been showing me the radius of the different neighbourhoods that will be directly impacted, and it does make for quite frightening reading. I just wanted to pick up on...
There are some images
the
online, submission maps.
That the Mayor has made, and I just refer you to the consultation or the discussion document, and where on the page 15, it talks about how the MPS-UD, NIPSUD fits in. And it says the planning system has also struggled to ensure the voices of the community can influence planning. The concerns of tangata whenua are often not taken into account, and current processes for public participation tend to favour wealthier property owners over others, in particular younger, non-English speakers, ethnic minorities, the less educated, and renters. So it's quite a big assumption in there. But at the heart of that, what I can't see in this document is any recognition of what to do to counter that community planning deficit. So I was just wondering, in terms of our submission, if you'd considered, or if we could add support for a community planning centre, or maybe tied into environmental centres where people can actually get the advice and get information and advocacy in terms of participation, a bit like the community law centre. So if we could kind of place something in the submission that would say to government, you've recognised this gap, we would like you to actually do something to address it.
Yeah, we can definitely include something about increasing local and community involvement in this whole process.
But, you know, with respect, if the RMA does not allow notification, you can say that we'll consult with whoever we like. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. You know, unless there's notification, communities get no say at all. Except
that's true on an individual case-by-case basis, but where you're talking about community planning decisions for land use, there is a huge deficit around things like plan changes and as we developed our district plan. So if you take the people, for example, that wanted to protect trees, they had to personally fundraise tens of thousands of dollars just to participate in that process. So, you know, I do think, I mean, there's obviously the individual issue, which I agree needs to be addressed, but at a kind of community planning level, I just think we should be really strong in our submission around, you know, if this does go ahead, and I don't support a lot of the stuff that's in here, I have to say I find it quite alarming, but we should be asking, I think, for resources to be put into communities to participate in planning, especially because they've identified it as a gap.
And that's at the front end, but all of this is appealable to the Environment Court, and as soon as you get into the Environment Court, you get the, you know, and that's why plan changes take years and years and years, and it's actually why we had the fast-tracked independent hearings panel process, was to reduce the time spent in appeals. One plan change took 5 years before the earthquakes.
Yes, I understand that, but also I understand that the Ministry for the Environment used to fund appeals to the Environment Court for community groups. I think, on my understanding,
environmental groups.
That's been
it was for environmental groups.
Put back, and actually you can also now access that fund for judicial review of planning decisions, and you weren't able to previously. I think from the 1st of July. So, you know, but I do think in our submission we should be highlighting that there needs to be resource to address those planning deficits.
But, you know, again, front end, that's really important, but there is also the fact that you end up in appeals, and appeals are done on legal evidence, expert evidence, and even the council can't direct, management can't direct, and we can't direct.
Let's face it, like, you know, if you look at the assessment of effects and how that's done, it's a cottage industry of people hiring experts to support their position.
Yes.
And basically those that can afford to get advice that supports their position tend to get what they want, and those that can't end up suffering.
And the very first statement in the affidavit that the person has to sign off on, so they have to, you know, put in an affidavit of evidence, is that I'm not being directed by the people that I'm giving evidence for. I'm using my expertise. I've got Glenn, Vicky, Sarah, and then back to Tim.
Thank you. The question I was originally going to ask you has changed a bit in my mind. It was going to be, how joined up do you think what is being proposed here with this, the National Urban Policy Statement with RMA reform? But you look at the terms of reference for the RMA reform, mentions things such as remove unnecessary complexity, reducing complexity of consenting processes. So it touches on what the Mayor mentioned in the beginning. Looks like, in fact, it is quite consistent because, you know, I was hoping in RMA reform it would touch on improving notification provisions, etc. So have you got any comments on that? Do you feel in fact it is quite in line with that reform? Or
We've already got those statements in our strategic objectives about essentially not putting in any rules that are, not 100% justifiable, and streamlining the process and having minimal notification, etc. So it's probably not going to be anything new for us.
Sorry, I've got Vicky.
Thanks. Paragraph 31 on page 479, in Christchurch 10% of our flat urban area is already enabled for medium density within 800 metres of our key activity centre and in the central city within a number of zones. This policy approach, if the council were required to adopt the approach of this around our centres, this would increase to 60% coverage. That is 6 times the current provision, and that doesn't take into account if you're handy to a frequently used bus stop, which also means that you get incredibly highly intensified. Do we have, so I'm reading from this that there are actually thousands and thousands of house owners out there, or residential dwellers, whose living situation would be majorly impacted by this change if it were to go through. That, for example, if you do the 800 metres around all of the shopping centres, the impact in somewhere like Merivale would be amazing, and Lower Riccarton would be incredible, especially on the north side of Riccarton Road. And just throughout the city, the impact would be colossal, and then you'd never want to designate anything a key activity centre because you get the intensification around it. So the airport will remain exempt from being a key activity centre for a very long time, I'm assuming. But then if you go to a frequently used bus stop, how is that defined? I mean, if you've got a bus stop outside your place, are you automatically intensively zoned? Do we know, if you did a map of Christchurch, this must affect thousands of residents?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's sort of a question. Would you like to comment on that? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have tried to map it. It's one of the issues. So that's only one option in the document. There is a less prescriptive option that will give us more flexibility in terms of where high density it goes. But if they go with that prescriptive option, there is still a lot of words in there, like frequent bus stop and centre, that is open to interpretation as to what is a frequent bus stop. What is
a
defined
frequent
as
bus
centre?
stop? If you have 3 buses? Is that
so
frequent?
The national policy statement doesn't define that.
There's no definition.
There's no definition.
So it could be whatever they like.
We and that's part of our submission. We're hoping that they provide more clarity on that before they pass this, because it's going to be up to us to try and interpret it. And then, so if they go with that option, we've got 18 months to do a plan change to 18 months to rezone all these areas. So through that process, obviously, all these landowners would be notified, but it is a national policy statement that we have to give regard to. So
you can notify them, but they get no say.
Well, yeah,
it's a national policy statement. That's the impact, isn't it?
We have to implement the national direction. So
should we be? This closes very soon, doesn't it? But I'm just wondering if there's anything we should be doing to make people aware of it, so they actually hear from more than just the City Council, and hear from, I can imagine, quite a number of residents would be very interested in this, given the response to our last district plan change.
Well, yeah, there's, I mean, obviously this is open for public comment from
nobody
anyone.
knows about it, do they?
And it is very hard, I mean, to because of these definitions are so vague, to know exactly what the impact is on households. So there is a balancing act in terms of wanting to alarm people versus inform people.
So say Lower Riccarton,
yes.
that area around between the park and Riccarton Mall, from Harakiki Street, you're within 800 metres of the key activity centre of Riccarton.
That's what you would be.
Suddenly your whole properties are rezoned. When you're rezoned to a more intensive area, what's the impact on parking? Is that where you get to be no parking, or?
Well, one thing, there's different options for no parking in this document, and they haven't landed on exactly where they're going. I mean, one option is to have no parking anywhere in the city. Sorry, and I should say this is no parking regulations. People can still provide parking. There's nothing stopping
but
people
no
doing that.
obligation to
No
provide
obligation.
parking.
Or there's one option just to have it in those centres and in those medium and high density areas. So it depends. Yeah, this is still very high level. We don't know where they'll land. One thing we have asked for them, because they previously they would have had to put out a final version for comment before it gets passed, so final draft. They don't have to under the latest changes to the RMA, but we have suggested that they do, and they are considering that, because there is all these things that are up in the air. We don't know exactly how it will land on affect people, and so it's very hard to be able to tell people this is exactly the effects that we'll have.
So the impact of this is they can change it to whatever they like without notifying what they're actually going to do, once they having listed an option.
Yeah.
And then once it becomes the national policy statement, then councils get to implement it without, and no resident or group of residents can really do anything about that.
Yep.
Is that a fair summation?
But yeah, they can comment on it, but we have to give effect to this. So yes,
Yeah,
we are kind of bound.
Their comments are really useless in terms of impact.
Isn't democracy wonderful?
So
This is why your
clarify?
community board made such a strong submission to us.
No, I totally understand the issue.
Yeah.
The issue around intensification around areas, so does that apply to the Waimakariri district and the Selwyn district?
Yep, yes. Everywhere.
Yes,
right, so all those blocks of land that people have just bought all become rezoned?
If this goes through in its current form, then within 800 metres of the Rangiora town centre and within the Rolleston town centre,
Rolleston,
yeah, or
Lincoln,
yeah, the same rules apply. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, can I just ask, Ian, there's nothing to stand in our way of sending this, the link out to all of the residents' associations and just alerting them, you know, to this. That, I mean, the organisation could do that, just say that at the request of the council, we're just alerting you to the national policy statement. Submissions closed. The council's raised concerns about the time frame, but just in case you want to put in a submission of your own, there are issues around, you know, that came up in our own district plan review. This would have status over the top. That would be all right, wouldn't it?
It's a public process.
Okay, so can we just have another one, 3, which request staff to notify Christchurch's residents' associations of the proposal and the closing date for the
I wonder if we could just go a wee
urban
bit
development.
broader and do a newsline story so that we could push
Yeah,
it out.
and a newsline story so that it can be pushed out on social media as well.
Yeah.
But I think we should write to the individual residents' associations. Presumably they're all on email these days, and just let them know that this process, give them the link to the site and just alert them to it. I'm sure that there will be others that will pick it up as a result of this debate today. Sarah?
Thank you. Now, so we've just gone through a really long process with the NPS on urban development capacity through the future development strategy. And through that process, it was really clear that Christchurch City itself has enough urban development capacity in the long term.
Yes.
That was as it was under there. And so this would be, while probably useful for Selwyn and Waimakariri with their town centres, getting some more intensification there, just not needed here because we've got enough capacity. Is there chance for exemptions, for example, from going through the process? Like if they ended up doing it, should we ask for an exemption? Is that something that we could submit on and say that you should have exemptions available for areas which have identified it in the previous one? Or yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have made it clear that there's no need for this here. We could ask for such thing. And the other thing to bear in mind is we have to do a capacity assessment every 3 years.
Yeah.
So, we don't have the new projections and they won't come out till next year. But The census data was released yesterday. I mean, growth has been quite fast. I mean, we may have a capacity issue in next time round. We're not sure. So we can't categorically say that we will have no issue next time.
And when it comes to the versatile soils, I'm looking at the map on the Canterbury Maps view here, the Class 1 and Class 2 versatile soils. We have a significant amount of versatile soils within the projected infrastructure boundary for Christchurch City itself, where we've got land zoned for development. How much of that land is currently not actually built on? Because this map's, the data's from like 9 years ago. Do you know how much of that, and would they be telling us to then rezone it away from development?
Sorry, to rezone it away from...
Like, so currently it's zoned for residential development, these areas that are versatile soils within our infrastructure boundary. Would the MPS direct us to change the district plan to take that zoning away so that they could be productive soils still? Potentially.
You mean in terms of the land that's currently identified for future urban development?
Yeah. If it's also versatile soils.
If it's been zoned in the district plan already, then it's excluded from being classified as versatile soils, as highly productive land. There is a problem though in that having just gone through the process we've gone through and have formulated our future development strategy, there's no automatic exemption from any of that land that may have been identified, and we haven't identified any, but any that was identified by other councils, for example, in such a future development strategy, from not being potentially classified as highly productive land.
So Rolleston,
that's one of the issues that we've...
So Rolleston, for example, has got that slice of versatile soils down the east-hand side. Some of it was identified, well, it was all identified through the FDS as being able to be, but was it all, I don't think it was all actually going to be rezoned yet. It was just identified in the it's going to be identified in the regional policy statement as being able to be zoned, but actually isn't zoned yet for residential.
And so in that situation, there's potentially a problem, because as soon as this MPS comes out, it would potentially require the FDS to be reviewed in light of the fact that that land is highly productive land. Which would mean the councils would have to go through the whole process all over again. So yes, that's one of the issues that we've raised.
Love hearings panels. Thank you.
So when this NPS is forced, encouraged to do put up for us, and it's a wonderful thing that we're democracy. Once that is put up, and then those that have put and made submissions that aren't heard and it's just put straight through, then have an option once it's all in place to make or submit to or put forward a private plan change. Would that be right?
Sorry, in relation to what?
So, for instance, if this goes through, can someone then put in an application for a private plan change to the city plan? That would be the process, wouldn't it? Because
to redevelop some rural land for urban,
or to say to protect an area, or they apply to make a change to the district plan. They have the process as a private plan change. Is that correct?
Well, that's an option that's available now.
Yeah. However, going back to the reality, I understand it's a $20,000 deposit. Is that correct? To make a private plan change? So that kind of, apart from the cost of your lawyers and your planners, so I very much doubt that any normal human being can actually afford that. So it's. But
other thing to bear in mind, a private plan change also has to give effect to a national policy statement. So if it's doing something that's contrary to this, then it's not going to be effective, and it's unlikely to proceed.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I note the concern in the submission on page 477 over the framework unlikely to provide adequate prescriptions and tools for local authorities to tackle affordable housing. So in terms of the kind of cascading of the statements and district plan, etc., I mean, what is the degree of descriptiveness and prescriptiveness rather and autonomy? So it's you know, it's very, you get your national statement, it's very blah on it talks about affordability, but it's not providing any tools. Does it just make our life a whole lot harder when it comes to us wanting to put tools in place to give effect to affordability in our district? Would it, you know, what I'm picking up from this is that it would just make our lives a whole lot easier if it was far more explicit.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the approaches that the government are trying to do through this is increase the quantity of housing. So, and they're doing that under the premise that the more housing there is, the more housing we enable, then that will mean that houses are more affordable, more available, and there's not constraints on housing. And so they're thinking that this will provide more affordable housing. I suppose we're saying it's not as simple as just that. There's a whole lot of factors that affect the price of housing, and this can only be one tool of a whole variety of things that would need to be in place to be affordable housing. And
but if they included a tool such as inclusionary zoning, which is in our housing policy,
yep.
You know, what you've said, it would not assist local authorities to justify and survive challenges to any requirements and plan changes to provide a proportion of affordable housing when rezoning land to a high residential use.
Yeah, so there's nothing in this document that provides direction around inclusionary zoning. So,
but if it did contain it, though, it obviously strengthens our arm when it.
That's our point. Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah. Thanks.
So, Leanne, mine was really just a comment in relation to the decisions, and it's clear from the report too that the community boards had made excellent submissions on this, to the point I see some of their words included specifically here. I just want to perhaps make a note that that we as a council thank them for their contribution. It's been quite significant, I think. So just if we could make a note to thank them for their quality of their submissions, or that'd be good.
I move an amendment to our 5.1.11, where we actually ask for. Sorry, 469. Oh, okay. It was just to add additional wording for community. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you could just, under 2, delegate staff the ability to provide the Ministry for the Environment, Ministry of Primary Industry, any additional technical comments that support the council's submission, and ask that they strengthen the community involvement section. Otherwise, I can try and give you more specific wording. But, I mean, we do have a section in there that talks about community involvement, but it doesn't really address it doesn't have any specific examples of what could be done, e.g., you know, more central government funding towards the enabling of. Yeah. Of the community. Which is 5.1.11. That would be really good. Yeah. And the only other thing I thought is it's quite good to have like real life examples in these. And I don't know if you remember the window in Eli Street that couldn't open because the garage was built so close, or the one in Studholme Street, I think it was.
Yeah, Studholme Street. Yeah.
And I just think, I mean, obviously there's a lot of technical information and lots of stuff, but a photo paints 1,000 words, and a story really can help people understand the dilemma.
It's only MPs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Cool.
This is probably one of them.
You know, I took photographs, and I mean, it is so easy to show, and I totally agree with Yanni.
Right.
And I think I put them right up front, and
complaining about a proposal within the absence of a really good reason why our communities are actually, you know, that they don't want to see intensification, not because they're opposed to intensification, they want to see it managed intensification that actually ensures that they have amenity in their lives. You know, that, I mean, everyone knows, I mean, building and stuff, that's why we've got enough land, we've got plenty, we can put thousands more inside the 4 avenues without creating an environment that's too intense and not without sufficient amenity. So we can do it, but
Great, thank you.
Okay, so are you ready to move it, Yanni, with that in place?
Yeah, no, I am. Yeah.
And do I have a question for that? Any discussion? Yanni?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the work that staff have done on this, and for including those additions. I think one of the really important things here, and I'm really glad that the Mayor's said that we should encourage residents' associations, both collectively and I think get their individual members making submissions. We need as many people as possible to submit to this, given the significant impact it could have on our community. So anything we can do to generate community awareness, I think as a council we should be doing, because we know only too well the implications of central government forcing us to do things in terms of land use planning that our community doesn't like. We've had example after example post-earthquake of that, and I think even before the earthquake, the limitations of the RMA were quite permissive, and so this kind of myth that things are so easy, things are so hard for people to get consent is simply not borne out by the facts. The evidence shows, as I understand it, that something like 99% of non-complying applications for resource consent go through non-notified. So actually, there is a very permissive planning framework in this country, and we need to get on top of that and look at how we can protect the community amenity, as well as look at, you know, doing the smart, innovative things going forward around urban development. Because when you do look at our urban development strategy originally, all the things that were supposed to protect character neighbourhoods, encourage affordable housing, encourage sustainable use of resource, were the things that never got done. The things that got done were very unsustainable, like building huge motorways out to greenfield development areas at a huge cost to our city without any of those other things. But overwhelmingly people said, we don't mind urban consolidation, but we actually want it done well, and we want it done with very strict rules so that character and amenity and quality of life is protected and preserved. So I think, you know, we need to make submissions on this. I welcome the community getting involved. I know that residents' associations will be very concerned.
Yes, thank you. It's this is really critical. Housing affordability won't happen by accident, and we need tools to ensure that we can actually deliver on things like housing affordability. And I think the point 21 on page 477 highlights how councils can be left on their own to try and fight this, like Queenstown, which for years has tried to provide for housing affordability, but without a national policy statement that actually gives you the tools in the first place, you can see what's going to happen. It's just not going to happen. On that note, we might have excess housing stock in Christchurch, but we still have housing shortages in some sectors, such as social housing, and we will need to provide for that in the future, or we're going to be in big trouble. The second point I'd like to make is on the intensification. I guess I've concluded that good process is good speed, so if you take the community with you in the first place, if you really do want to speed up the process, take the people with you. We all know that notification provisions, if you've been a member of the Regulatory Performance Committee, that they've degraded over time. I mean, you know, John Higgins has provided those graphs showing how they've declined. This could make it worse. So we have to present a really strong submission on this and really, you know, tell it like it is. It's really critical.
Sarah? Just quickly, I mean, Christchurch is all right for now when it comes to urban development capacity. And the business as usual kind of projections show that we will be in what they call the long term, sort of up to 30 years. But that's discounting what future councils are actually going to end up facing, probably within the next decade. And that's starting to make decisions over how we're going to cope with the influx of what will be climate refugees. A huge percentage of the world's population over the next 100 years, 50 years, 20 years, will be on the move. Our Pacific Island neighbours are going to need somewhere to move to in the medium term. And that's something that we will have to grapple with. We will need direction from the government, and we will need to have really good structures around intensification. And so that's something that we will need to turn our minds to in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
So if I can call the meeting to order, please. So we're now on item 18. If I can call the meeting to order, please. Thank you. Okay, so item 18, the Cranford Regeneration Area, infrastructure funding. Now we've got an alternative resolution on the screen which was circulated by email prior to the meeting. This is different than the staff recommendation which is in the agenda. I'm assuming in as much as this has been put forward, somebody would be willing to move it when we get there?
I think the staff are going to speak to it first.
Okay, so let's proceed on that basis. So, yeah, any comments from staff, including some commentary on this resolution that we've got in front of us? Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. The choice today is quite straightforward when you boil it down. On the one hand, you've got the staff recommendation, which is, as per the regeneration plan, that the private developers and landowners fund the internal infrastructure that's needed to implement this plan. So that's what the officers have put forward in the agenda. The option is for the council to intervene in some way to expedite development in a way which will help implement the plan. So, on the one hand, I suppose the first option, the one that we've got on the agenda, is financially based. It is a prudent recommendation which has little risk to the council. It doesn't involve the council financially being involved in this particular development. The downside of that is that the development or the implementation of this regeneration plan will rely on the market to implement it whenever that may be. So what the alternative recommendation does, it says, well, it's unlikely that this plan will be implemented in an expedited manner as what was anticipated under the Regeneration Act. So if the council does want to intervene in some way, then it could provide some certainty to landowners for them to go away and do what is a very important geohydrological study of the groundwater resource in this particular area. And if they spend the money on that, then the council, in principle, will consider, will look at options for front-loading some or all of the infrastructure on a cost recovery basis. So that's basically what the choice is, and that's why I understand that that alternative recommendation has been put forward, so that it provides it would provide some comfort to the landowners that they would not be going ahead and spending $100,000 odd and then nothing else happens. So that's basically where it is, I think.
Thank you. Pauline.
Just a question. Is it a common occurrence that the council does this front funding of infrastructure? Or is this a precedent?
Two questions there. The first one, the answer, it is quite common where there is fragmented land ownership. It is often difficult for landowners to combine together and to implement an ODP without someone stepping into the breach and providing some of that key infrastructure. In the past, that's been around our planned areas, though. That's the Southwest Area Plan, the Belfast Area Plan, where the council has itself promoted development, and so it's made sure the LTP has supported that. In some areas it hasn't, and it's left to the landowners, particularly if there's only a single landowner, where they go ahead and do it themselves. So it's a bit of both. Yeah, so it's not unusual. In terms of precedent, I'm aware of one or two other areas of the city that might be looking for the council to support their developments and could see this as a precedent. But bearing in mind, this has gone through a separate process. It's gone through the Regeneration Act. the expectation of the minister of the time was that this plan the plan would be expedited and development would be expedited. And so there is probably little risk of a precedent from that point of view.
Thank you. Tim.
You mentioned before about the landowners, would go and do testing on the land, hydrology testing, etc., and that this would soften the blow. But they'd have to do that anyway, wouldn't they?
They've got to do that anyway before they lodge it as part of their subdivision consent.
Okay, so second question, I've got three. Second question is, who put the second option forward with regards to council putting funding forward?
It was asked of the officers to, if the council were of a mind to intervene, then what would such a recommendation look like without committing a future council to funding it, but enough to give some comfort to landowners?
So if, I'm going to have 4 questions now. So if, for instance, we put funding forward, they do the testing and it turns out it's not going to work, we've lost the money.
No, not if, no.
We've agreed to put money forward because they're spending money on the testing.
No, it's subject to the council accepting the geohydrological plan, and it can't do anything until that plan's done because it needs to understand what is feasible on that land. Now, the ODP, which is in the Cranford Regeneration Plan, was based on the best information we have about the hydrogeology, about the water issues, about a number of things. Now, the investigations were reasonably detailed, but it's not until you get down into doing some serious study on groundwater in particular that you get a good idea as to what is actually feasible. So it may well be that that ODP could change as a result of that study, and I don't think the council should commit anything until that's done. Yeah.
Okay. Final question is, we're under pressure with the rates, so where's this money, which is unplanned, going to come from?
My understanding would either come out be part of a new budget, or else I think Brian's sitting behind me somewhere. It would be. Yeah. It would involve some change to the Styx River management, stormwater management plan. I think that Brian will need to.
What?
Yeah, but it would be recovered. Well, the risk is at the end of the day, it shouldn't cost the council anything other than the holding costs until the land is developed. The risk to the council of putting money in here is that development takes some time to take off, in which case the council has invested principal and interest, which goes back to the ratepayer.
However, if we go back to the original, which is, it's up to them to do it, then there's no risk financially to the ratepayers of Christchurch, and it's up to these landowners who are, by principle, developers like any other.
That's correct.
So that leads to a further question. If I compare this to the Akaroa Health Hub work that we did, where we're charging the interest on the funds that we've advanced to them as a part of that arrangement, so it's paid by the recipient of the funds as they pay the funds back to us, in this case by way of a targeted rate. What you're suggesting is that if there's a delay in the development, then the cost of the delay in terms of the additional interest cost in terms of the funds that we advance would be borne by ratepayers as a whole, rather than as a part of this development. Yes. So that suggests that the interest cost of the advance in general would be borne by ratepayers rather than the developers. Am I reading that correctly? I would have expected that if the advance is for the benefit of these developers, that these developers would be paying all costs in respect of the advance, and that we wouldn't be expecting that to be covered by ratepayers in general.
If the council does offer some kind of funding, then it will need to presumably borrow the money to do it. It will pay, therefore the ratepayer will pay the interest plus the principal repayments over, I understand, over the 30-year period.
So that's the answer. The ratepayer will pay the interest, not the developer will pay the interest.
Yeah, well, no, the council would get it back once development proceeds. So until development takes place, I mean, irrespective of the method used, if the development goes swimmingly well and gets done, then either a targeted rate or a DCs or some other agreement, the money will come back to the council. And the repayments will take into account the holding cost, the interest and the principal. So it'll end up being cost neutral to the council.
Okay.
The risk is that nothing happens for a while and the council sits there with an asset that it isn't being used.
And I guess if you extrapolate that, there's a risk that the development never takes place, in which case ratepayers do end up picking up the cost.
Yeah, that would be a worst case scenario.
Thank you. Okay.
Just continue on with that any conditions around that repayment and a time frame and an infrastructure development agreement would be part of the next phase. It would have been a report that would come back just after the geological, hydrological report.
Yeah, regardless of the method of cost recovery, those additional costs of interest will be factored into the return of funding to the council.
Thank you. Thank you. Yanni.
Sorry?
Yeah. You got anything to say, Ron?
Given that we're being asked to make a in-principle funding decision and we don't have the specific financial information in front of us, how can we make a decision on this today?
It becomes if I could use a term, almost a political decision really, because from a planning perspective, you can mount a case for the council to allocate funding. From a political perspective, that is a funding decision. You know, it's really up to the council how it spends its money, and that's why the word "in principle" is there, because it just sets, well, in principle, we do this. Then you come back next year and look at more details into what that means once they've done their study. So it provides a small degree of certainty for the landowners to go ahead and do this work. But then the council would need, and I think probably through an infrastructure development agreement of some sort, sit down with the developers and say, well, this is what we're thinking about doing. And that would be up to a different that's a different situation. Right. So it's
I was just concerned to hear you make reference to some other projects in terms of funding that might be used, for this. And I mean, I don't know, do we have legal advice around what level of commitment this would give?
Brian may need
if
to answer
people
that.
have embarked on work on an expectation that something gets done, then if we decide then that we don't actually want to fund it because we've got other things that are more important, what position does that leave us in?
Yeah. You might want to answer that.
I would envision the funding for a capital project at this location to come out of one of the programs that already exist for stormwater works. The council has a $50-odd million defined projects program for the STICS stormwater management plan implementation, and that sits in a program level which hasn't been assigned to specific projects yet. So it could be that there are projects within that fund that get shifted around and then refunded perhaps in the next LTP. So it would be a matter of, I suppose, reprioritizing the existing program to include a project that wasn't foreseen at the time the last LTP was put together.
I'm just trying to understand the legality of the decision today without the clear financial information about what's impacted, because for those other communities, maybe there's another project that they actually want, and then they miss out. So, because we go through a draft annual plan to allocate funding. So, is there any way that this could be done to inform our draft annual plan so that we actually get the opportunity to consider all the priorities together?
Yeah, if the if the council made a decision to provide that front load funding and timing allowed it, it could be included in the annual plan. But otherwise, the LTP, as Brian says, has got funding for stormwater that isn't yet allocated to specific projects. So there is, in effect, nobody missing out on something that's already been identified. It's just using a portion of an unallocated but budgeted pot of money to do some work in this area.
Maybe it's a slightly unfair question of staff, but I've got a lot of projects that I'd really like to get done, and if there's unallocated budget, I'd love to attribute some of that to those projects. I'm getting notices of motion rejected for lack of financial information for very small, minor amounts of money, and yet we've got something that's considerable amounts of money that we don't have clear financial on.
It's allocated in as much as it's there for the Styx stormwater program. No.
Well, that board might have a completely different view, but anyway, okay.
It actually, so it's not necessarily Styx catchment, but it exists within the Styx stormwater management plan project area.
Right.
So when they put the stormwater management plan together, they included the Cranford Basin in it so that it could have a program for it.
So are there other projects within that programme of work that if we were going to allocate funds from that programme of work to this project, there are other projects that would not be able to proceed or would cease to be considered in this same time frame?
That's right.
So do we know what those projects are?
The program is often driven by development pressure. So there are projects where there's no development taken place yet. For example, Johns Road near the Otukaikino, there's been no development happening there, even though we do have funding for a stormwater project in that area. So it's projects that could be funded perhaps later in the LTP process that would be replaced by something that was more urgent, such as this project.
And this project aligns with that programme of work?
It would do, yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? No further questions. Phil.
I'm asking this particularly because this has come sort of on stream just recently, the alternative recommendations. And Ivan, where you said in terms of precedent, there's probably little risk. But I just wondered if we might be, and I accept, particularly because this is recent, but I just wondered in fact if there's a legal view of that too, in terms of the potential risk. Like, there's always a risk, but just...
Yeah, there are other developments out there that, you know, other developers who could look at this decision and say, yeah, me too. I think from a planning perspective, just leaving aside any legal advice you may want to get, this plan was predicated on what was then seen as urgency by the minister, and it was used the Regeneration Act to expedite development. Now there are no other regeneration plans which do that. So from that perspective, it's on its own. Well, but it doesn't mean to say that someone else may have a go.
Yes.
So the right place to ask a legal question would be to a lawyer. There are two things that have been raised, which sound like questions for lawyers to answer. The first of which is whether we've got enough information in front of us to make this decision. Really, Yanni's question on the funding implication. To make this in-principle decision, and the second is to what degree this might be seen as precedent setting.
In terms of the first one, I think the advice from the end of the table is that the funds are there and can be applied to this particular project. My concern about the supporting in principle is that if you've got other people that are going to go off relying on that decision, and then the council elects not to make the funding commitment further down the track, well then there could be some issues around that. So you need to be reasonably careful about that. In terms of a precedent, again, I'm just picking up from what's coming through at the end of the table, that this is the only recovery plan that we have in this particular state. So there would be grounds for distinguishing this from other similar applications.
Yep. Your answer to the first question is of particular interest, it's fair to say. Thank you. Pauline.
Just a suggestion I think would give me a bit of comfort. In B, So we're noting that the amount and timing of any funding and the method and timeliness of cost recovery. I would be quite, because that needs to be considered before a decision is made. So that what the time frame, and that needs to be, in my view, for any agreement to be made after this about actually funding it, would need to be, for me, would have a time frame within that recovery, because that's relevant. So I'd like that included if that's all right.
I'm assuming, are you likely to be moving this?
No.
Okay. So we're crafting an alternative resolution. So whose alternative resolution is this?
It's really come from staff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to have something on the table.
Okay. Mike's moving.
Okay.
I'm happy to remove the new resolution.
You're happy to move the alternative resolution?
Yes.
That's fine. And is there a seconder for it? Aaron. Okay, great. So just coming back to this question of making an in-principle decision that the developer or landowner may rely on, is there anything that we could do to set that aside? I mean, I guess it's just communication with the landowner as to the fact that this decision is...
We did that with the cathedral.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of examples of in-principle decisions where things have been read into the in-principle nature of the decision that were perhaps greater than we intended. I mean, maybe that's just something... So presumably staff are in conversation or communication with these developers.
Yes, or a small number of them representing the whole group.
So assuming this was to pass today, how would you communicate the in-principle nature of the decision and how the developer should rely on that or otherwise, what their reaction to it should be? Or what they should take into account as they consider their reaction to it?
Okay, so the first thing that would be communicated would be that irrespective, they need to go and do that further work on the geohydrological plan, which is required by this document. And if that is completed and acceptable to the council and ECAN, then the council will investigate at some later date what the options may be in terms of how those sorts of things, what would the form of cost recovery be, and I imagine it'll be some kind of either memorandum of understanding or development agreement put in place. But they would have to come back to the council, I suspect.
And would you communicate to them clearly, and I think this is important, that there is a possibility, or even maybe a probability, that council, well no, let's say possibility, there is a possibility that council may not choose to do that and may choose, having made this decision in principle, not to progress this further?
Well, staff would follow the decision of council, so the onus is on council to make sure that your decision is both compliant with the LGA, but also, if that's your intention, that you've got that in your decision. So at the moment, your decision says supports in principle, and then 1A is subject to, 1B doesn't appear to be subject to anything. So the staff recommendation in the paper is very clear, and there's alternatives if council didn't want to accept the staff recommendation in the paper, which is that if you want us to look at funding arrangements, we would come back to the new council and we would do that within a matter of months. If this is to be the decision of council, then I think the question of what we would communicate needs to be consistent with the decision of the council, not some other intention that you might have but isn't part of the decision.
So an in-principle resolution such as the one of the in-principle resolution we've got in front of us, just listening to what you've told us, Brendan, suggests that if the conditions are met, that really is, this has been read as the in-principle nature of this decision is subject to the conditions being met, and if their conditions are met, then there would be an expectation that we would proceed with this as if it were a firm decision.
Sure, but the way that I read it, I'm not as clear as where you articulated what those conditions are.
It's
Normally
more
it'd say
it's more the
in
effect of the
support
words
and
in principle.
Subject to.
Okay, all right. I think people probably need to consider what weight to give to the advice that we've heard. I mean, if people want to ask more questions, then fine.
No, Andrew, I just think that in one, instead of noting that at the end, it should be subject to at the end, A and B. Not noting that, yeah, there.
But that still leaves it as an in-principle decision, subject to, would be my reading of it. But what I've just heard is that if the conditions are met, then it would be considered that that's kind of satisfied the in-principle part of it, and it would be seen as more firm than that.
Let's just get rid of the words in principle.
Supports making funding available, subject to.
No, I wouldn't support that.
But we can't make a funding decision on the basis of the paper that's in front of us. I think people are going to just need to consider what weight to give to those words in principle and what that actually means. Taking the point around comments that have been made around previous in principle decisions. Let's move back to questions. David.
Just as a matter of clarification, a geohydrological plan, can you just give us a broad outline of what's involved and what sort of likely costs that may, just a ballpark figure? So what does a geohydrological plan involve? First point, and secondly, what's a sort of a ballpark figure of the cost of that activity?
The report would deal with the effects of development on groundwater, springs, and waterways, because the area is affected by springs, seeps, and waterways, and development changes the nature of the ground. We expect that ground remediation will be required in some form or another, whether that be filling or compaction or dynamic compaction, and that those types of works can adversely affect springs and groundwater. The area is also known to contain peat, which is compressible, and adding a load to peat can have effects on groundwater as well. So that's the kind of nature of what the report would contain, is how the land could be developed, or what types of ground remediation would be have less effects on groundwater. The cost, I think somewhere probably between $50,000 and $100,000.
Yeah, well, I think my question was more about the physicality of, what does a geohydrological test involve? What are they actually physically doing?
So it could
Drilling
be
holes, or
it could be groundwater monitoring. So it could be monitoring of water levels. It could be CPT testing, so testing of soils. It could be hydraulic conductivity testing. There's a whole variety of types of testing that may need to be done in such a report.
Okay, thank you.
Just following on from that, when I talked about reliance on this decision and what the developer would do next, is what we've just heard, that what they would need to do next would involve expenditure of between $50,000 and $100,000. If you were to put a dollar value on the reliance that the developer would put in this decision in proceeding to this geohydrological plan, the cost of that would be $50,000 to $100,000.
Ballpark, isn't it? Sort of, I don't know, but
Yeah, that's we've done geological testing for subdivision sites, and we've reviewed such reports, and they're somewhere in that range, yes.
So if the future council said this were only a decision in principle and it's not something now that we're willing to support, the reliance on the in principle decision would be between $50,000 and $100,000. Yes, I think that's what we've heard.
Yeah.
And just a supplementary, just absolute confirmation, the regeneration plan requires that the subdivision or the landholders conduct this testing.
Yes.
All right,
let's that's in the district plan as well. And a lot of all these provisions are now in the district plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue with questions because I'm keen to get some direction on this as we move through it. So Phil, and then back to Tim. Phil.
One question for staff. So this synclinal basin, do we see that as sort of being part of greenfields currently? Is it in that sort of scope?
Yes, it is. The regional policy statement was changed to recognise as a greenfield priority area.
Thanks, Ivan. And my other point is just really a point of process, Mr. Chairman, around the amendment. That's all.
Well, we've got a resolution in front of us, so it's not an amendment. There's a resolution which has been moved and seconded.
So in fact, if that fails, nothing happens.
Well, why don't I, as a matter of process, foreshadow that in the event that this fails, I will move the staff recommendation.
And I would second that.
And there will be a seconder for it. That, as a point of process, it just allows us to move this along. Yeah. All right, thank you. Tim.
How many landowners are involved in this development?
9.
And at the end of this development, how many properties, how many sections or houses would be built with those 9 developments?
There'd be, okay, so there's 99 until the collector road is built, and then potentially there is altogether around about 420.
So the development involves 9 people building over 400 houses, and the sticking point is between $50,000 and $100,000 to kick it off.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking. That's exactly what we're talking.
It's the infrastructure cost of the sticking point, and it's basically because one or two of the landowners, one anyway, are not participating in the process as anticipated by the plan. The plan anticipates it all work together and work collaboratively and come up with an internal solution. So that hasn't happened to date.
So what will happen to that single landowner that's not participating? Is they going to wait till it's all done and then be able to develop their land?
Yes, there are. Yeah. That is one outcome. There are other risks that if the council does, for example, collect the money back through DCs, it's still got to acquire the land and go through all the negotiation and valuation around that. So it's a lot of staff time in doing that, so there are risks in that. So it depends on just how cooperative that particular, the landowners are. I don't want to pick on one.
But they are the developers, so that's their situation to sort out, not ours, isn't it? So the issue is they want to develop 420 properties, and the starting point is they want us to front $50,000 to $100,000.
No.
Yeah, no, but
It's the infrastructure, the roading.
Yeah.
There's some,
and then we recover it afterwards.
There's some work going on here around. There are some suggestions been made to some changes to the resolution that's been moved and seconded that may serve to clarify, I think, some of the points that have been touched on there. So, do you want to put this up on the screen? And Mary, do you want to speak to?
So this is just some tweaking of the resolution, which basically saying the same thing but less confusing potentially than your first one, that you're supporting the provision in principle, but that in principle's subject to the two things of landowners working together and the amount and timing being amount of funding and timing of that being finalised at a later point.
I think you need something there to say that the landowners will need to have funding
They'll be funding that, yes.
So the landowners working together and funding the unless you put a brackets beside geohydrological plan, so funded by the landowners. They're not asking us to fund.
How many millions are we talking?
20 million?
Okay, so this is a suggestion as to wording that works better for the reasons that Mary has suggested. Do the mover and seconder want to proceed with this new wording? Aaron, you're happy with that? Mike's nodding. Aaron, you're the seconder. Is that nodding as well? Yeah, great. Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Say any funding decision, including amount and timing, to be finalised. Because this is not a decision to fund it.
Well, in principle, the provision of...
No, it's
not a decision to fund it.
Provides it.
Well, that's the question. Is this a decision to fund it, or is this an in-principle decision to support it, providing these things are put in place and the decision is made by the next council?
Well, that's the exact point, that you need to be very clear in the
Yeah.
decision that you're making. If you're not clear, then I would suggest that the council wants to take some time to figure out what you want to do.
I mean, what we're trying to do is define the meaning of the words in principle, or the weight that anybody should give to the words in principle.
Yeah, the point that I've made is that you need to know what the triggers are to either go beyond in principle, my advice to you is I'm not clear what the triggers are. The first trigger is relatively clear, that they work together and fund a hydrological assessment, but is the next trigger a council decision, or is it now
Do you want to add something?
So
that says it comes back to
could
council
say
when everything's
amount and
ready to
timing
go.
of any rates neutral funding.
No.
Can I make a point of order, please?
Okay, yes.
I'm concerned about this process. Like, it's clearly sort of like an add-on, and we're not getting there. We've got other items on our agenda.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a good process at all to make what's potentially a major decision.
I think that's a good point. So the mover and seconder need to... What are we proceeding with? What was originally agreed, or what we've got here now?
It hasn't really changed an awful lot. I'm happy to stick with this. I think it's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, we've got it moved and seconded. It's on the table. We need to make a decision on it.
You do need to clarify who's making the decision and how it's made. So in B, you probably do need to say, you need to at some point say, well, actually, will this come back to council to decide?
Well,
so mountain timing, or
there seems to be some
staff
confusion
just make
about
that
the
decision?
difference between a decision in principle and a firm decision
I struggle
subject
to
to
see, though, why
certain
when
conditions.
we make other in-principle decisions, it's fine, and then suddenly this one's not.
Can I make a suggestion, just process-wise? This seems to be the motion. The other one is the amendment, which I'm assuming you'll...
The foreshadowed motion, which I've already indicated.
Move it as an amendment, put it first, see if the support for that.
No, we'll run the process that we're on. So,
can I suggest another process? We've got another meeting on Thursday. Some of us have only just seen these amendments, like, you know, not too long ago. And, you know, I mean, if you want to spend more time on it now, fine. But
I don't think we need to spend more time on it now. There's been plenty of opportunity to answer questions. All I'm doing is to get some firm wording in front of us that we can debate and vote on. And then...
This is a change to the Cranford Basin Regeneration Plan.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Is that it says really clearly that that plan requires the developers to fund the infrastructure, not council.
There will be, it's just that we would be doing it, and then they'd be paid.
All the money's
Why
recovered.
don't you get an indication of support?
So can you just note that...
Well, can we just
wording
do
change?
one thing at a time?
Could you just note the wording change that we're suggesting? So it's very clear where the decision's made. So the amount and timing of any funding and the method and timeliness of cost recovery being considered, will be considered by council.
Yeah.
Follow.
That way it comes back.
And that really does make it an in-principle decision, the way that I would think of an in-principle decision, not a decision subject to. That actually clarifies that for me.
Right, well, let's move forward now.
Okay, so we've now got, as I understand it, some wording at the bottom of the screen that we can debate. There are no further questions?
Can I just clarify Lane's question?
Yes?
Does this require a change to the Cranford Regeneration?
The answer to that question was no.
Well, can we be very clear on that from the lawyer? Okay, well, I'm just, given that it's very clear in the first resolution that it does require a change, can we actually do that just at the council?
Or do we need for someone to... Is there an answer to this question in the room
Yes,
today?
I think the legal
find
section of the report covers that off. Under section 7, I think it is, in there, where we have got legal... There is a legal advice on this, legal implications. If the council adopts the preferred option of not providing funding that's consistent, section... if the council uses a mechanism of funding and then recovers the money, then this is largely consistent with the plan.
Okay, so it wouldn't require a change to the regeneration plan?
No. Interest and principal.
Interest and principal
Yes.
over the period of time.
Yes.
So it would be a requirement that any money was actually fully looked up.
That's normal, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. No further questions? Okay, so the mover and seconder are comfortable with the wording that we've now got here. So it's what's at the bottom of the screen. Yep. So what we're debating is the wording at the bottom of the screen, so we can get rid of the wording at the top. So now let's move into debate. Is there any debate on this? Yanni.
I worry about this process. You know, I personally have had concerns when we've made in-principle decisions before, because generally what happens is it means that you have to just fulfil that decision, regardless of what comes out at the end. And I just think it places us in a legally risky position. One of the options actually does require a special consultative procedure under the Local Government Act that's referenced in B. I would much rather have a report come back with a development agreement, an infrastructure development agreement with the developers around clear implications about what was going to be delayed in terms of funding and what was going to be the financial impact on rates before agreeing to this. I think that could easily come back to inform our draft annual plan. And so I can't see why we wouldn't be doing that rather than rushing through some amendments now that actually I think raise a huge number of questions around precedent, around consultation, and around what's actually in the regen plan. So yeah, I understand the need to get development done here, but I also understand that we should actually go through a good process when it comes to our budget, and we need to be consistent around how we apply it. Otherwise, what's the point in going through an annual plan process where we constantly get told we can't make changes and we can't do things, and we don't weigh everything up at the same time?
Phil. I'm also very concerned about this process of this is like an add-on and let's do it. It just doesn't make sense to do things in a rushed way without actually knowing all of the implications. One thing we do know is that potentially, and that was quite clear from the staff, that in terms of precedent, other developers will be relying on this decision. It's quite major in terms of its follow-through impact, actually. The other thing we learned from another report this morning, the one on the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, is that since 2013, over 50% of new developments have been in existing urban area as part of infill. So that to me raises the question, is what are the, how long is this actually going to take before it is developed, and how long do council, pay out this money without actually getting any recompense? Now, if we go with the staff's original recommendation, we would be able to find out and look carefully at those things. But with this, accepting it in principle, it's just a process which clearly is going to have implications, which I can never support.
Thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, well, I had concerns with this project right from the beginning, and I actually voted against it being made into a regen project because of the challenging hydrogeological features of the area, and my concern was that there would be future costs incurred by council. Now, even though this is a suggestion that council may look at fronting up for infrastructure and roading, but I'm thinking more even ahead of that. If we get more rain events and we find that the capacity is not there, there'll be further costs for future councils. The way I see this is actually when the developers or the landowners read this, they'll go, actually, there's no firm assurance that we're going to be funded. We either bite the bullet and do the geohydrological plan, or we walk away. So I really don't see the point in this. I think I will not be supporting this today, and just chuck it back to the landowners if they want to stump up and back their own horse and fund that report. When that report comes back, that's when we look more closely at this, because it may come back that there is no case for building housing in this area.
Thank you. Mike, I'll come to you as the mover at the end. James.
I'll be fast on this. I actually think this is actually a pretty good use of time as a council to go down this path. It's pretty low risk, and our role, if we can oil the wheels, I guess, for positive development to occur with minimal risk to us, then I think that that's a good outcome. So we can do that. We can provide an element of certainty, possibly not as much as we would like, and get things moving in the right direction here. And the costs can come back to us, and we get a good outcome. So I think this is the sort of thinking that a council is perfectly placed to do. to help get a good outcome from the private sector. So I'm all for it.
Before I come to Mike to close the debate, I'll make a couple. Oh, Glenn.
Thank you. I don't like the look of this. It's kind of like a Trojan horse, you know, taking something, sneaking in, and we're all watching it going in. It's not the way to make a decision. I won't be supporting it.
Yeah, I also share some of the concerns that have been expressed. We've heard about the risk of development proceeding slowly or possibly not at all. We've heard about the precedent-setting element of this. We've also heard that there's what I would consider to be a risk that either the developer would spend 50 to 100,000 on this geohydrological plan, and then we may come back and rely on the in-principle nature of the decision not to then proceed, or that the essence of this wouldn't be effective because it isn't providing the level of certainty that the developer would require to go ahead with the geohydrological plan. So, yeah, I mean, I understand what's attempted to be achieved here, but I think there are a number of risks and process issues that make it a little bit difficult to support, so I won't be supporting it. Mike, I'll come back to you to close the debate.
Thank you. This is obviously a regeneration plan that council put forward and was approved by the minister. This is actually this is a way just to enable it to happen a bit quicker. It doesn't actually have a lot of risk to it. It still requires the landowners to work together and the costs will be recovered. I'm absolutely surprised by Councillor Cotter, who worked with staff to form these resolutions, to suddenly vote against. Maybe she's been told to do that. I'm not too sure.
I want you to retract that, Mike. That's not the case.
Oh,
it's come through
sorry.
questions
I'll retract
and answers
that.
in a
Yeah,
robust...
okay, I'll retract that. But it's
Thank
just very
you.
interesting to see the debate. So, well, interesting.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Mike, if you want to continue.
Look, this is actually a really good position for development in close to our city centre. It's on bus routes, it's by bike lanes. It actually, if we can get this thing working, actually it's going to be really good for Christchurch. So I don't know why we as a council would keep putting roadblocks up instead of actually enabling things to happen. So I support this, and I'm actually really surprised why councillors are against this when actually the cost will be recovered. There's unallocated budget already sitting there where this can come from. So why would we be scared not to actually make an in-principle decision where they've still got to go through a few more hurdles to actually even get some money, which isn't going to actually have any new impact on rates because there's budget there.
Can we just call a point of order and get that clarified around what the rates impact, if it
Excuse
will
me,
have?
The question
I said new impact is there's budget on LTP.
The question was asked earlier and answered, which was around the potential impact on ratepayers. And what I'm sure we heard was that the only impact on ratepayers was if the development took some time to proceed or didn't proceed at all.
We've got some broad figures on that. Roughly it is about $750,000 per annum for principal and interest, which would gradually reduce over a 30-year period, if nothing happened. So the worst case scenario, that is a broad picture of based on a $10 million loan, or $10 million funding. That's the impact on rates in very broad terms.
But that's only in the event that the development didn't proceed.
That's right. It's the worst
or
case.
Took a long time to proceed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So we're done with debate. I'll put the motion. So this is the wording that's on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. And Tim's abstaining. Can we have a show of hands for the noes, please? A division? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Brooke? No. Councillor Livingston? No. Councillor East?
Yes.
Councillor Clearwater?
No.
Councillor Johansson?
No.
Councillor Scripps is not here. Councillor Templeton? Yes. Councillor Mungie is not
Councillor Keane?
Yes, I'm correct.
Councillor Galloway? No. Councillor Chen?
No.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter? No. Deputy Mayor Turner?
No.
Councillor Scundrett?
I'm abstaining.
And Councillor Goff?
Yes.
5 for yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 no, 1 absent.
So that's lost. So now we move to the foreshadowed motion, which is the original staff recommendation, which I'd indicated I would move, and Phil, you'd indicated you would second. Is there any need for further debate on this? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
You're going back to the original.
So this is the staff recommendation as it appears in the paper.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just wanted to signal and check whether we could actually get ask staff to work with the developers over an infrastructure development agreement that could inform our draft annual plan. So we could be really clear about, here's the agreement, here's how it's funded, and that would give, you know, I think some ability for us to consider what the options are. Because personally, I felt there were some good options.
Yes.
I just didn't like the process that we were going through previously.
So I certainly would be happy for you to amend this with that, to put something forward that would amend this with that approach. Phil, would you be happy with that? Yeah.
I'm not close to this to understand the process around it, but you know, given that you've identified some options around that are not inconsistent with the regen plan, that work with the developer around an infrastructure, or developers around an infrastructure development agreement, is that something that you could continue to work towards and bring back a?
Of course, but as I said at the start, there's quite a clear decision. Either the council, sticks with the regeneration plan, or it indicates it's willing to provide some of the upfront funding. If it's willing to do that, then an infrastructure development plan and going through those negotiations is one of the ways to go. I mean, it's to me, it is probably, unless the council is reasonably serious that it's going to support this in some way, then what's to negotiate with an infrastructure development plan?
Because I'm trying to get to a point when we consider our annual plan, the financial implications of doing it with this agreement, so that we can make an informed decision and be fully aware of what the costs are and what the impacts are.
So we would negotiate something without prejudice with the developers, saying, well, here are some options around an agreement of who funds what and when, and then come back with those particular figures.
To inform the draft annual plan.
And you would probably take a steer from this meeting that it would need to have sufficient guarantees in that agreement that this would be rate neutral to the ratepayers of the city. I think for a number of us that was the stumbling block around the previous resolution.
It would also be after a geohydrological.
Well, that would be part of the agreement, I would think.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a couple of steers that you'd probably take from this meeting, realising that it's going to be a different council that makes the decision on this when it comes back anyway.
So,
all right.
So Andrew, could I just suggest that that the new resolution, so request staff to work with landowners, developers to consider an infrastructure development plan and report back to the new council in time for the annual plan with options. That just provides some room rather than instructs you to do one.
To consider. Yeah, no, that's good. I'm happy with that. Phil, you are as well? All right. And that gives us a bit of room to move so that we can get to a more positive outcome than just rejecting it outright.
And Mr. Chair, could you put 1 and 2 separately? Because I don't agree with that, but 3 is fine, obviously.
Put 1 and 2 separate. Okay, so I'll put 3 separately.
Yeah, thanks.
1 and 2 together. All right, great. All right. So I'll do exactly that. I'll put 1 and 2 together. All of those in favour say aye. Against? No. So the noes, if you can raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, so that's carried. And then I'm putting clause 3 separately. All those in favour say aye. Against? So that's carried. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, discretionary response fund, item 19. Okay, 19, discretionary response fund. So, welcome staff to the table. Is there any commentary on this, or do we move straight to questions?
Interim, which we can provide some information on.
Yep, if you can do that, that would be perfect, and then we'll move to any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we had a question from Councillor Galloway regarding the SCAPE application, which Sarah can speak to, Arts Advisor.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So the question was raised around will the change in recommendation from 45k down to 20, what will the impact be on SCAPE's overall position? And it will cause a deficit of $25,000 to that organisation.
So it's written in the decision matrix, but I might just highlight it that the process with SCAPE's operational funding, they received event funding from the events grant for this financial year, but in terms of that operational funding, last year the strengthening and communities funding, they received $40,000, but this year they weren't in. We did not receive a funding application for them because they were in running for, they had applied to Christchurch NZ for funding, but were declined for that. And just the way the timing worked, we didn't receive an application. So that's why we're bringing it to the discretionary response fund. Now it's up to councillors obviously to decide what the scale of that is and the implications, but of course the discretionary response fund is a smaller pool, hence the middle ground recommendation from the discretionary response staff panel to grant $20,000 in this financial year.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so that covers the matters that were raised earlier.
Yep.
Okay, so Yanni, do you want to raise that again?
It's just, sorry, we just in line of the question that was asked earlier at the informal, can you just confirm what level of funding RATA and Creative New Zealand have either supplied or been approached to supply?
Yep, so in relation to operational funding, which is what this discussion is in relation to, they have received $40,000 from RATA Foundation. They have not received operational funding from Creative New Zealand because Creative New Zealand funds the project-specific costs. Receiving operational funding is challenging across funders, and the strengthening communities and discretionary response processes are one of the few mechanisms where we can support operational funding. So just to make that distinction of where Creative New Zealand comes in to that tri-funding conversation, is they often fund the artist fees and project specific costs rather than the operational costs of an organisation, and we have traditionally come in with operational costs.
Thank you. Anne.
Thank you. I'm just needing a bit of clarification on that. So are you saying that because SCAPE missed out on the strengthening community funding because they were hoping to get funding from Christchurch NZ, that they missed out on operational funding, and so this fund is not for that, so that's why they're only getting 20,000?
No, because the Christchurch NZ application was declined, it was then forwarded across to council because it had not met that criteria. So we picked that application up to process. By that point in time, the strengthening communities process was already underway and applications had closed. So we had to move this to the DRF process, which does do operational costs, but this is obviously a smaller pool of money. And so that's what the panel had to take into account, is what does that DRF pot of money have the capacity to do at this time of year for the various organisations that are coming in. Does that clarify?
Yep, that's good. And why was it why was the $20,000 settled on as rather than perhaps 45?
Because of the limitations on that discretionary response fund bucket. It's considerably smaller than the strengthening communities bucket, and the panel also looked at how that fund usually tracks through the various quarters of the financial year to make sure we have enough to last the full financial year. So their recommendation for 20k was based on leaving provision in that fund to be able to manage applications that would come in for the rest of the financial year.
Can I ask one more question?
Of course, yeah.
Given that I have sympathy for SCAPE in that it's a little bit like a baby being passed between lots of different caregivers and not being cared for as well as perhaps it should be, given the fact that I believe we have an understanding with SCAPE that we will partner with them. And also the indication has been given from Christchurch NZ that they would be treated in a way that would suggest that they are given preferential funding. So it feels quite unfair, I feel, that they've got to this point and it feels like the baby's been dropped. So I'm wondering if you've got any other suggestions about where we could perhaps go for an extra 25,000 that could help them, because at the moment they have been relying on funding, and I'm just wondering if there's any suggestions you might have.
You have the ability to change the recommendation that's on the table through the discretionary response fund. The panel recommendation that has come to the table today has been made in light of what might be anticipated to be needed in the future across the financial year, but you do have that ability to change that recommendation today if you wish. I think I just wanted to clarify too that the total operational costs for SCAPE are over $300,000, the bulk of which they fundraise or source from patronage, and a small amount from Rata Foundation. So we did discuss and note the impact.
Right. Well, given that SCAPE is one of New Zealand's premier public art events and attracts high visitor numbers, that community participation, it has a free education program for 5,000 local school children at Turanga, and it attracts national and international media coverage. It returns to council's investment exceptional benefits to the city. I would like to amend the recommendation.
So you're going to move amended recommendation?
Yep. Just that it becomes 45,000.
Okay, so you're changing one from 20,000 to 45,000?
Yes.
And you're moving that?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for that? Just a question. The funds are there. The risk is that we're spending funds early in the financial year, which may mean that applications later in the financial year need to be scaled down or declined because we've spent the funds early in the year.
Yes, that's exactly right. And also the fact that SCAPE have, Council has given SCAPE a reasonable amount of money this year, if you think about the applications that have come around this table. But yes, in terms of protecting the fund, for want of a better word, through to the 30th of June, the end of the financial year, yes, that's part of what we're thinking.
All right, so given that there's no seconder for this, and this echoes some processes we went through recently in terms of a different fund, is there a level at which somebody would be prepared to second this, but at a figure that's lower than 45,000 but higher than 20,000, which meets Anne's intent, but at the same time, so you'd go 25. So Tim, you would second at 30. All right, well let's go with that in that case then. So Anne, are you happy to move this at 30,000?
I am.
And Tim, you're happy to second a motion of 30,000. We've clearly understood the implications of what we're doing as a result of the answer to the question that's just been asked. So on that basis, this has now been moved and seconded. Were there further questions?
If that fails, I'll foreshadow 20. Just so that if it fails, we're not left with nothing.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly sensible.
That's a good idea.
All right, and I'm sure there will be a seconder for that at the time. Now let's move into debate. Yanni, sorry.
So, just given that Christchurch NZ is what's caused us this problem, could we go back to Christchurch NZ and say we actually would like you to fund this?
So I'm not sure that's how we can make things work. What we have done, it's up to Christchurch NZ how they choose to, respond to applications. What we have done for the next financial year is change the timeline. So we've partnered together to bring Christchurch NZ's application timeframe earlier. So there's time for us to then process the failed applications into ours for consideration.
But we just heard from our colleague, Councillor Galloway, around the fantastic tourism and the visitation, the positive benefits for the city from a marketing and promotional point of view. So I'm just really struggling with why Christchurch NZ isn't supporting
this sounds like a question to put to Christchurch NZ rather than to our own staff.
Well, should we? Well, all I'm wanting to know is, should we actually have an additional resolution that seeks Christchurch NZ support for it?
We've already had response from Christchurch NZ that it did not meet their criteria.
So they're adamant they will not fund this in any shape or form?
Yes, and that is why it came across to council.
So in terms of this application, that's where we've got to. If there was a wider conversation we wanted to have with Christchurch NZ about their support and their strategic approach, that would be a conversation for a future time with Christchurch NZ. All right, thank you. So now let's move into debate on this item. Is there any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. Who are the noes? Can I have a show of hands, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's carried. That's carried. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Now then, elected member allowances and expenses policy. I've got... So, staff are comfortable with the outcome of that previous item? Yeah.
Sorry, there was
you've got what you
two
need?
grants in there. I hadn't realised you had okayed the other one.
Yeah. No, it was all moved and seconded together and passed. All right. Elected member allowances and expenses policy. I would. Is there any commentary from staff before we move to questions?
No, I don't think so. I think it speaks for itself.
All right, yep, and the recommendations speak to themselves as well. There's one issue that I'd like to raise in relation to the deputation from this morning. We heard that this council, certainly by some, was expected to have dealt with this far earlier in the council term, which would have provided certainty for people considering nomination to this round of elections that we're in at the moment. Can we do something with this so that if this passes, we make sure that the new council considers it, that it's automatically put on the table for council to consider very early in the triennium, so that any work that results in is done early, and so that as we move into the next election nomination period, people have got the certainty that either we're paying allowances or we're not, particularly as regards this recommendation about the childcare allowance for community board members.
Yes, as the council's aware, staff will be discussing with the new council councillor remuneration early in the term in line with the Remuneration Authority's determination. While this is a separate matter, that's certainly something that we can bring up with the new council at the same time, and the intention is that we will do that in the first 2 months of the new term.
So if I say recommend that the incoming council consider prior to the end of 2019, you would be able to work with that?
Certainly would.
All right, so with that wording in there, I'll be happy to move this when we come to it. There are further questions? Prior to the end... prior to...
The end of 2019, that means...
Yeah, that means the end of the calendar year. Yeah. Yeah. What I'm meaning is before anybody goes on Christmas holidays. I think it's clear. All right, well, prior to the end of December 2019, then, in that case. Yeah. Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. Just a comment on that. We said recommend that they consider. I don't think it's strong enough. So I'd rather have the words actually in the allowances report now and have a future council decide to overturn them than to rely on a future council considering them. But at the moment, it only says recommended that they consider it. That doesn't even mean that a report's going to come, because if the future council don't want to consider it, it just will never come. So if we're not going to put the words actually in now, then I think we should have a decision of council which says bring a report so that the council will consider it. Like actually specify, make a decision to bring a report on the childcare
Yep.
allowance.
Yep.
Rather than just recommend that they consider it.
I think that's good. Yep. I like that.
Because that's not strong enough. I mean,
So bring a
personally,
report.
I'd prefer that the words actually went in there for community boards.
So it's bring
straight
a,
up.
Yeah, requests a report to the incoming council prior to the 31st December 2019, recommending including an allowance for childcare.
That's what I would prefer. Yep.
Yeah, requests staff report to the incoming council prior to the 31st December 2019, recommending
That they include the childcare allowance. For community
recommending including an allowance for childcare. Yeah.
Could I just correct you? You can't instruct the recommendation from staff. You
Yeah.
want a report from staff, and they will make their recommendation based on the best possible advice they can give you. So it's, and in this case, it will probably be what you want, but you can't have a report instructing a recommendation, therefore, because actually you're not following appropriate decision making.
So if we changed recommending to regarding, would that
Yeah.
work? All right.
Okay. In that
The
case, I
inclusion
prefer
of
that we
regarding the inclusion of a
put it in now for
Regarding the
community board
inclusion
members.
of an allowance for childcare in this policy, and that it applies to community board members only. Does that work?
which would apply to?
Which would apply to community board members only. Okay, great.
Yeah. So I mean, you've moved that already.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got a seconder yet, but if that fails, then I'm foreshadowing that I would like to put some wording in a resolution that actually puts the wording in the policy right now.
Well,
Andrew said he was moving it.
if you've got a seconder for that, then I'll withdraw what I was going to do, and we'll go with what you've got there if you want.
Yeah.
So Sarah will move what you want to move, and Phil will second, and we're good to go.
So Joe, is it easy enough to add those words in?
Yep, I'll just go and get the determination.
And then that would require the future council to overturn that if indeed they chose to.
And if we're looking at, you know, trying to encourage younger people to stand, then I think that makes a lot of sense. It's not for councillors, it's not for us, we're paid enough.
Okay, just to add that in, can I just clarify with the council, the Remuneration Authority determination sets out a childcare allowance and the process the parameters of it, including must not pay childcare allowances to a member that total more than $6,000 per annum per child. So just clarifying that that is the policy that you'd like included, that is the allowance that you'd like included in line with the Remuneration Authority determination?
But for community board members only.
Yeah.
So should we specify that in the resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, for community board members only, but the
yeah.
wording that Joe just gave us, should we specify that in the resolution?
Do you want me to go and give some
Where are we going with this?
So amend the draft policy to include the childcare policy as per the Remuneration Authority's determination.
Yep.
Which would apply to community board members only.
So amend the policy
Will lose me several votes.
to include the childcare allowance as per the Remuneration Authority determination,
But that.
but which would apply to community board members only. Does that reflect correctly? Yep. Phil, you're happy with that? Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Up here. Childcare is 6.1.4.
Yep, nice. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Now, there weren't any further questions on this, were there, Tim?
I don't have questions on the childcare because I'm quite totally supportive of that. My questions are around the training allocations. So the training allocation is $4,000 per councillor, because at some stage a wee while ago we talked about bundling it all into one pot, which I was opposed to. So I'm just clarifying that in 8.14 or 8.6 there's a discretionary allocation of $4,000. Is that correct?
The direction that we got after the informal discussion was to keep the policy aligned with the previous policy with regard to that, and that if required, the incoming council could reconsider this at any time and may look to make changes.
And as this document states, in 8.8, that chairs get an extra 2,000, so their allocation would be 6,000 to chairs and 4,000 to councillors.
Up to, yes.
Yeah, up to, which is I didn't agree to that, so I won't be.
As per the last
policy.
This,
yep. So
yep.
I totally support the childcare, but I won't be supporting the other. So I don't quite know how I'll go with that.
So this means I'll put 1 and 2 separately then?
Well, no. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions, Aaron?
Yeah. So Joe, my question would just be around the Banks Peninsula. If they're community board members, I know that they're representing less people, but if they're doing as much work as Metro board members, then do we get no say in that?
Next
That's correct. The Remuneration Authority sets the remuneration for community boards. They did quite a lot of work over the last year, 2 years, and sent information through earlier this year that they couldn't come up with a viable alternative to cover community boards nationally, and so they're continuing to set the remuneration by way of population.
And so, bearing in mind that this is what we're discussing today is allowances and expenses policy, remuneration would be outside of what we're considering today.
Yeah, but for me that has a big bearing on this, because the payment for a board member on Banks Peninsula is horrendously lower than the Metro ones, which I wasn't aware that the Metro ones were different, depending on which board you sit on. Certainly,
yeah, but we can't alter that now.
You're not suggesting an amendment that says
no, I'm asking
Banks
the question,
Peninsula community board members only.
Is the authority's rule hard and fast, set in stone, or do we have wiggle room?
They have set the remuneration for community boards with no wiggle room, but as you'll be aware, to take effect after the election, they've changed the remuneration process for councillors and established a governance pool. And the council may consider, and it is a proposal to the Remuneration Authority, may consider recommending additional payments to community boards to recognise delegations and decision-making ability.
Come out of the one pot.
Yes, to come out of the governance pool,
So
but that, well, potentially, yes.
Or we could even out all the community boards across.
But that's for another council.
All right, let's not get into a big discussion about remuneration pool and remuneration today. I realise that may have a bearing on people's position on this, but we haven't made that decision yet. So, and there's probably some limitation as to what type of a decision we can make, as I understand as well. All right, so keeping to this allowances and expenses policy, are there any further questions? All right, great. So this has been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'll be totally supporting the childcare allowance. I think it's very important, but I won't be supporting substantive for the simple fact that my director's fees which amount to $80,000, go to the Merrill Fund, and I'm absolutely supportive of that. But my role as the chair of the fee base is a lot of pressure. Its importance and significance to the city is huge, and it's changing, and what it's going through are really significant. And also with regards to finding myself as an and a permanent invited guest to the Land Drainage Working Party because I wasn't on the right committee was actually insulting. And here I find that my position of training is $4,000, whereas the chair is $6,000, is ridiculous. I think it should be right across the board. There are only so many committees, and the committee structure should be set up as the right process, not the numbers of committees, so you get a whole lot of chairs. I find it insulting.
Why
so
don't you move an amendment? Move an amendment.
No, I'm not going to change amendment. I'm going to leave it as it
Joe,
is.
there's something there that you might want to pick up to feed into any any discussion that the new council might have on this matter, because the matter that Tim's referring to wasn't something that I was aware of as an issue. Is probably worthy of some discussion when we next discuss this matter. All right. Is there any further debate, Phil?
No, just Mr. Chairman, I certainly support Sarah in making a decision around the community board members in terms of their parental allowance. So it just makes total sense in terms of, you know, for us as a democracy and for us as a council who want to be inclusive and as a city to actually support this. It just is, I think, most unfortunate that we haven't been able to address this till now, but clearly from what we heard today from Tori as a member of the Banks Peninsula Community Board, it's absolutely essential that in fairness we support this today.
Yanni.
I actually disagree about supporting this today. I think actually number 2 in the original one is much better. Nominations have closed. It's actually not going to have any impact on the current number of candidates standing. I think if we were going to make this choice as part of this policy, it should have been before nominations closed. I think it's entirely appropriate to let the new council come in and set this policy as per the original resolution. I can't see why we should be predetermining what the policies that they would like to apply, particularly because this has been an issue that's been raised in the media and there has been a number of different views expressed on it. So I can't see why the original shouldn't apply, and as such I will be abstaining from 2.
And presumably you're foreshadowing that if this fails you'd be happy to move the original resolution. Thank you. James, sorry.
Always a bit worrying when twice in one day I agree with Yanni. But look, I totally agree. And the real issue is, and nominations are closed. No one's made a decision to run for council or actually community board in this instance based on a childcare subsidy. As far as they're concerned, it doesn't exist. So elections are open. The voting period is currently underway. And it's all going to be over within a couple of weeks. So I would rather that the new council makes this decision, so I'll go a step further and actually vote against it, because abstaining isn't going to help revert it to the foreshadowed motion. I would support the foreshadowed motion, happy for a report to go to it, but to be perfectly frank, I don't even know why we're considering it now. Making recommendations as an outgoing council, I think is a waste of everyone's time. There's a new council coming in, let a new council make a decision. I think we are far better placed as a council to make decisions that affect this council, not try and make recommendations that affect another council.
I think Tory's deputation said it all, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there aren't people who decided to put their names forward for this election who are hoping that we make a decision as early as we possibly can to provide certainty. We're all aware that there are by-elections that take place midway through trienniums. And sometimes the reasons for that are lifestyle reasons, particularly related to work and the cost of being an elected member in various different ways. I certainly don't support paying a childcare allowance to councillors. People that are earning the kind of money that councillors are should be able to afford to make their own arrangements, but for community boards, and it's been pointed out particularly challenging for the Banks Peninsula Community Board, it's a very different type of role, and it's a very different level of payment as well. So I'm certainly in favour of the paragraph 2, in favour of the childcare allowance for community board members. The timing, yes, it would have been good if we'd been able to make this decision before nominations closed. We didn't, but I think providing early certainty, and particularly having regard to the comments that we heard in the deputation around expectations that this council would have made this decision or decided on this earlier in the piece, I think to do this now, while it's in front of us, makes perfect sense, and I'll be pleased to see this passed today. Aaron.
Yeah, well, I do agree with what Yanni and Jamie have said on this, but I personally, for listening to this morning's deputation, for me it's not around childcare, it's around the low remuneration for Banks Peninsula board members. That is the real problem here. I've done 2 terms as a community board member in Christchurch. I have children, I am a parent. My oldest child was just turned 3 when I was first elected. So I've had young children, and never once did it cross my mind that I needed childcare allowance to be a community board member. But I wasn't on a community board that got paid less than half of what the other boards do. And that is the nub of the problem.
Thank you. Anne, and then I'll come to you, Sarah, at the end. Anne.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. I think this is perfect timing to do this because Tori's made the effort to get here and to talk about her needs, and that's cost her to get here today. So I think we need to validate that, and I also think that at the moment community boards, elections, campaigns are right in the spotlight. The perfect time for people to know that there is that resource available for them, so that as they start thinking about perhaps the next election, they'll know there's that support for them. So I'll certainly be supporting this today.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to you, Sarah, to close the debate.
Thank you. So the median age of the population is 38, but only 6% are under 40 when it comes to elected members. And part of that is to do with the barriers in the way. This policy actually only relates to primary caregivers. So in fact, while Aaron didn't contemplate it, it might be because actually he was the primary worker and it wouldn't apply to someone in that circumstance. This is also in line with our submission to the Remuneration Authority and will only apply to a handful of successful candidates in the election if it goes through today. And let's face it, every single decision we have made today impacts the next council in just a month's time. Every single decision, and just to balk from one that might be a little bit controversial ahead of election when we're talking in the few thousands of dollars, I think is silly. From the district plan changes to the multicultural strategy implementation plan, from the downstream effects management plan, all of those things, those decisions we've made today, impact the next council. So I'd urge my fellow councillors to vote in favour of this today, to vote in favour of trying to get some more diversity around the table, to try and get younger people involved in politics.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
You putting those
sorry. I'll put, yeah, all right. So we'll do it separately. So I'll put clause 1 first. Oh, no, actually, I'll put clause 2 first. So all those in favour of clause 2 say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
So can I just have a show of hands from the noes? Okay. So,
may I have that recorded, please?
Recorded, so Yanni and James voted against. And
Johansson, Kewen, Goff.
Aaron, you against as well? Aaron voted against as well. So Yanni, James and Aaron voted against. Okay, so paragraph 2 is passed. So now paragraph 1, all those in favour say aye. Against? So Tim voted against and Yanni voted against. Tim and Yanni against paragraph 1. And that's also carried. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, so now we move to exclude the public. So item 21. So we've got all of these people that we are to remain for various different items as noted. So I'm happy to move all of this. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy will second. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. All right. Should we just take a literally 5